went to see an acupuncturist. When I got home, my voodoo doll. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome. Well, I had a prostate exam today.
It says I'm live, but this live and going live. Right, let me turn the I'm sorry about this, guys. It's just that laptop, you know. I'm only a little bit older than the laptop. Let me turn my Wi-Fi off on my, so it's not diluting the signal away from the laptop. I should have taken Lana's advice and bought a really long Ethernet cable so I can just have it plugged straight in, and then I'll have less Wi-Fi blasting my body and my brain. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Thankful for that. Right. So I'm going to start that again now because it was worth it. Right. So first of all, do you reckon to the t-shirt? Yeah. English and proud. So I was going to show you something really cool. Right, that you will love, you know. Oh man, I bought a chameleon. Oh, fucking hell. Let me have a fag. How is everyone? Everyone all right? Good. Good to hear, Lana. Thank you very much. I just wish things would just work. You know, either don't work or work. Don't be intermittent. It's the intermittent shit that gets on my tits. You know, I like to know where I stand. Anyway, cheers, Michael. Cheers, Lana. Cheers, able-bodied. Much love to you all. Good. So we can resume. We're out with our evening unimpeded by ancient tech. You know? Oh, that spooky little gremlin thing that I didn't know what it was. Honestly, as I was walking, because it was quite gusty as I walked past, but then the wind died right down by the time I started videoing it to show you what I'd seen. So at the point of me seeing that, the arms were going up and then coming down, and then one arm would go up and come back down again. I'm thinking, what the fuck is that? Who is that? I even said, are you all right? I even said, are you all right? You know, because I thought it was a little kid. But then nothing added up because there was nothing verbal coming out. The movement was a little bit weird. And what I didn't tell you, right, was that not long after that, I was involved in quite a violent mugging. Very violent. But I am a silver linings kind of guy. So yeah, I made quite a lot of money out of that. A joke. Thank you, Lada. Yeah, I think it's very me, you know, because I love my country. I am a lion, and I'll fight defending her. I will. All of these people that you hear online going, you need to get yourself out of the country. Get yourself out of the country, move to another country, or the country's fucked, or all of this negative defeatist bollocks. And then all of these millionaires that have left the country, who can afford to literally sell up, move abroad, buy somewhere nice out in the sticks, all secured up, and live a life of Riley for the rest of their lives, But I think there's a good chance that this shit's going to catch up with everyone everywhere. This is a global thing, just like COVID. It's exactly the same. It affects everyone in every corner of the planet, one way or another. So I just see these people as cowards, as cowardice. If you love your country, you'll stay and fight for it. Whoa. I forgot it was that lighter. Let me just find a safer lighter, because that's not safe. It's all right if you're after a little portable Bunsen burner. Oh my God, I'm flying low as well. Just fortunately, it's out of view of the screen. Don't want to freak you out or anything, I don't. Is it snakeophobia? I don't even know what it's called. What's a phobia of snakes called? What's a phobia of snakes called? Let's have a look. Because everyone's a phobia, a phobe now. You're an Islamophobe. No, I'm not. I'm not afraid of Islam. Islam should be afraid of us. They're getting a bit overconfident. What is the phobia when you are afraid of snakes? Oh, it's an ophidlophobia. Ophidlophobia, right? Ophidlophobia. Who comes up with this shit? Anyway, cheers. Lana, is there anything you don't know? Is there anything you don't know? Hey? Is there anything we can teach you? Or are you our teacher? But yeah, that was very quick. That was quick. And you spelt it correctly as well, You didn't have to come in with a little correction because you're a perfectionist, even though everyone knows what you mean. Twerking, right? Now, I'm not a fan of watching a woman twerk. Some blokes love it, Just probably the slightly more shallow of men quite like that, But me personally, I'm not a fan of the twerk, right? But exactly, no class. It's not classy, and I do like women that have even if it's just a slight air of elegance about them, something that's just kind of, when you go into a pub, the kind of woman that comes up to you and goes, "Excuse me," and you go, "Yeah," you go, "Do you fancy a fuck?" I'm like, "Well, can I buy you half a lager first?" That's the kind of woman I'm not into. I do like women that have just got an air of class about them, and women that have got an air. There's nothing wrong with having a bit of a laugh, and having a quick go at it when you're out with the girls in the town clubbing or whatever. But generally speaking, it's not for me. However, I'm also not one of these people that it's just like don't knock it till you've tried it. you know, and I think that's fair. I think that's a fair point. So I did give it a go. And I gave it a go for about 5 minutes because I thought this might actually be a good workout. But I think that 5 minutes was probably the most horrendous prostate exam that GP had ever performed. Mm-hmm. Was it worth the build-up? I've gone green. This stuff's meant to be really expensive, and you can probably make it a fraction of the cost. Yeah, I'm afraid it was. It was. Yeah. Having said that, look, to my defense, I still believe that the Americans are still trying to get our sense of humor, you know, because it is different. It's either dark. I insisted on no lube, you know, because I'm from the school of hard knocks, you know. I'd rather have everything done the hard way. So yeah, I've got my little inflatable ring seat thing. I'm good to go. I'm all right. I know I look a bit pale. All natural. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's like, fucking hell. Whilst I'm going like that, twerking, singing, my milkshake's bringing all the girls to the yard. Yeah. He was very puzzled. Indian fella. Nice chap. All I can hear is storm licking. I had to rush to get some food as well. Do you remember when you were a kid, you used to get a big bag of monkey nuts? Well, earlier on today, I was just chomping away on monkey's nuts. And now I'm banned from the zoo. It's very unfortunate. Masochist. I don't know why, Lana. I don't know why I thought for a second there that going like that and going like that would have made that word any easier to read. Because it doesn't. It doesn't at all. How can an animal be banned from the zoo? Oh, you're calling me an animal? I like that. Yeah. I think some blokes would be like, you're calling me a fucking animal? Whereas me, you know, there's an animal in all of us. All of us. And I think every now and then it comes out. Mums in defense of their kids, men in defense of their women, passionate stuff, things that are close to home can bring that, because there's a monster in every single one of us, bar none. Some it takes some teasing out. And some can go from 0 to 100 in a split second. There's an animal in all of us, a dangerous one. And Jordan Peterson, love him or hate him, I'm way much less of a fan of him now than I was. He once said, "Don't suppress that monster. Bring that monster to the surface, and then learn to tame it. That's balance." Yes, Young says the women, the women love the savage male. I think that's true. I think that's true. I think, look, it's the same across the entire animal kingdom, right? So in England, for example, the UK, one of the nation's favourite birds is the robin, little red-breasted robin. America's got I think, yeah, America's got robins as well, but they're different to the European robin, just slightly, right? Male robins are probably the most vicious little bastards out of all British birds, because they become very territorial when they try and they've got to find a big wide open space and then defend it, to win the heart of this female. And this female, because the male robins, what they go for in other males in combat is their eyes. They try their best to peck each other's eyes out. I don't know why I did all that. I'm sure you've got an imagination, and now I've got a crick neck. But that's what they try and do. And then that robin is knackered without its eyes, so it ends up starving to death or becomes prey to a cat. But then when you think about it, as rough as that is, you've got a female robin sat there watching this other robin going around pretty much murdering all of these other robins. She's just sat there with a little smiley beak going, oh, he's a right bastard. He's the one. Back in a sec. Leave your ear alone. So what's to say that entire attitude isn't spread throughout the entire animal kingdom, apart from spiders? Spiders, I pray that if or when I'm reincarnated, depending on what side of the fence you're on, I wouldn't like to be reincarnated as a spider, a male spider. It's a fucking lottery. It's a lottery. So not only have you got to kind of impress the female a little bit by flexing a little bit, considering you're a quarter of the size of her. That's what it's like in Long Eaton. All the women are 3 times as big as the blokes and can drink twice as much. It's risky business, because not only has he got to kind of get up to her, like, are you going to kill me? Are you going to kill me? And he gets a bit closer, and she's not killed him. So he's like, whew, I'm in there. And he's going at it like that, not realising that he's lost. He's lost in the moment of having a good old rogering, right? Or doing a good old rogering, not thinking about the fact that as soon as he's done, she's going to know he's done, and then she's going to fucking eat him. And that's the way it goes, The female of the species is more deadlier than the male. And that is true. It is true. Because women have also got one of the most powerful tools in the human race, and that's their sexuality. They can go out and have a completely free night out, and then go home with a bloke. Whereas men, we're the ones that are buying you the drinks, and then at the end it's like, thanks for the drinks, taxi, and they're gone. And you're like that with your wallet. That's all the bills out the window then. I have to go into debt. Or because he thought he was going to get his tail away. Just be realistic. Have no expectations. That way, there's never any disappointment. plus expectations, that's kind of planning. Don't plan a night out. Flow. That's when the best nights are. Our vicious bird is pelican in Louisiana tears her chest to feed the young. I'm trying to picture that because it don't make any sense to me. I mean, what have pelicans got tits? Like, come here, little pelican, little baby pelican. What? Does it go like that? I don't get it. I would have to look that up. Cool, Robin. Yeah, the little bastards. I can tell that you like a bastard. You love a bastard, don't you? You love a bad boy. I can tell. Better be careful coming into my web. Black widow females. Well, you know, I've got a bigger brain than a male black widow. So yeah, I would be very cautious going anywhere near you after reading that. You know, I've got all sorts of creepy, scary thoughts in my head now. So thanks for that. That's suppressed all of my sexual energy and urges back to baseline. Just like that. Oh, you can't buy love. No, you can't. And that, again, I think that's one of the things that's wrong with the world at the moment, is that people pay far too much attention to what kind of car next door's got, what sort of watch you wear, how much money you've got in the bank, how many fucking fake friends you've got on Facebook. You know, it's all shallow, immaterial shit, material shit. That's all it is, you know. You can be extremely wealthy in this world without having a penny in the bank, and that's the kind of wealth I'm interested in. You know, I'm not bothered about money. As long as I've got a roof over my head, that's about it. Because I can work around that. You know, you all can. Everyone can. Yeah, spiritual wealth. Yeah. Again, is like you can go up to someone and say, right, what's your interpretation of the word spiritualism? And they'll go, is it believing in God? You know, or is it believing in Allah? Or something along those lines. It's Jesus, isn't it? Am I right? Stuff like that. The world's full of people like that. True spiritualism it goes way deeper than that. It's an internal thing that you just build and build and build and build, and in pursuit of the truth. And I don't think that many people actually achieve that before they die. But then who knows? Maybe you get a chance to come back and finish the job. You know, so true enlightenment, not buying into materialism. No, the more stuff you've got, the clutter on the eyes is clutter on the mind. And I think if when you're one of these people that just keeps buying things to get that dopamine hit every time the fucking postman knocks on your door, it's like, oh, it's arrived. You know, within a couple of days, you've lost interest in that thing you've bought, and you're waiting for the next thing that you've bought. You know, so many people. I've been there. You know, after Sal died, I got really carried away. But fortunately, the vast majority of it was prepping related. You know, so it was most of it was to do with what if I've all of a sudden I've got no water, no gas, no electricity. You know, and that was my mindset. And as dark as that kind of mindset can be for some people, it was still a massive distraction for me. You know, it was way less dark than what was happening and what had happened. So yeah, just buying shit for the sake of it, it's not good. You know, or at least spend your money on stuff that you're either is either going to appreciate in value, you know, further down the line, whether that be financially more valuable or less available, you know. Stupid things like coffee. If you've got a few spare quid on you, buy a shitload of coffee, because that stuff's good. People will always love coffee, right? And if there just becomes a sudden shortage, which there will, the prices are already going up, and the size of the actual jars of coffee themselves have already gone down by 10 grams. Yet they've gone up by about 20-30% in the last 6 months. So that's just going to continue to go up. Coffee's a very hungry plant. Very hungry. Must be prepped up. Absolutely. It's essential. I prep instant coffee and loose tobacco like crazy. Great investments, whether you smoke or you don't. You know, I mean, I got me a little grinder came through in the post. So I've got my cured tobacco leaves. I've got a shitload of plants that I need to bring in. And then I've got my little grinder, you know. You just put it inside there and then grind it up. It's really good. And then I've just mixed it with my other tobacco, so it's like 50% homegrown stuff and 50% shop bought, and it's so much smoother on your throat. But again, there are lots and lots of other health benefits to tobacco. You don't need to smoke it. If you're not a smoker, it doesn't matter. You know, you can make tobacco tea. You know, it's not going to be pleasant. You might need to add a little bit of extra honey or something like that in with it, or another tea bag, a fruit berry tea bag or something like that. I don't know, you know. But that nicotine, it's not bad for you. You know, it's been demonized, and I do think smoking's not particularly good for you, especially if it's all shop bought and it's full of all the additives and that. You don't want that, you know. This has got 0 additives, no additives whatsoever, and it goes a long way. I could use a grinder this minute. Are you being dirty? Are you being dirty? Are you being adult there? Because it wouldn't surprise me. Using scissors right now for weed. I mean, all right, yeah. Well, yeah, they're not expensive. I think this was, again, it was another Temu purchase. But do you know what? Out of everything that I've had from Temu, I've probably had about, I don't know, 2, maybe 3 things that I've been disappointed with out of about 75,000. I'm not that bad. I did get carried away to start off with, but I've calmed right down now. I'm just buying stuff that I need and stuff that I know is going to be valuable further down the line. You know, again, just buying Rizzlers, you know, just papers in bulk. if you've got no tobacco, which I'll have plenty of, and hopefully I've got enough seeds now from that plant to grow and grow and grow and grow and grow. It's just, if those seeds are viable, I'll never need to buy tobacco plants or tobacco ever again. And I can be an outlet. I wouldn't be able to sell tobacco, but I would be able to trade tobacco, because under our current legal system, you have to be licensed to sell tobacco and alcohol. So it's just a way around that. It's we're bartering. I'm not selling anyone anything. I'm bartering something for something else. That's it. So they can keep their overreaching fucking noses out of my business. And that's another thing that I thought about. So my views on the legal system, because it's maritime law. It's got nothing to do with us. We live on the land, and it's corporate law. We're not corporations. We're living, breathing men and women. So then I started thinking about how people are starting to use the legal system against the legal system, right? And then throwing in a bit of common law as well, because the legal system is built upon common law, right? But then I started thinking the other day, the legal system, the legal law was written by some tough-nosed motherfuckers out there, right? Who think they're better than us, right? This is what we should make them do. We must restrict them from doing this. Who the fuck are they? Seriously. And then people start going on about common law and maybe weaponizing common law against them, right? But even common law, that was written by barons that were disgruntled barons about 600 years ago. Just really, really pissed off barons that were sick and tired of paying so many taxes. So we got all of the peasants on board and said, "What do you think about this? Would you like that? Would you like that? So, yeah, will you back me if I do this for you? Yes. What about you? What would you like?" And like just writing a fucking a Christmas list down for all the people. That was it. It didn't last very long, about 15 years, and then it was changed again. So common law, really, based on the Magna Carta and Magna Charta, is actually irrelevant now. So I was thinking, why the fuck should I follow the legal or the common lawful system? Who the fuck are they to tell me what I can and can't do and can and can't say? As long as you've got a very, very decisive, precise knowledge of what is right and what is wrong, right? As long as you know that, and the vast majority of the human race does, then they've got no right to tell you what to do. That's not sovereign, is it? Nobody should be above you. And these laws aim to be above you, to keep you down. So if there's a law out there, if I don't agree with it, I'm not following it. It's as simple as that. And I've just given my reasons as to why. It's a lot smoother as well. It's smooth. Like a good quality cigar, It's not been fucked about with. No additives. Good for you. I know, Lana. Thank you. Maybe you should go into NatWest and have a conversation with them and just say, look, you can't keep giving him all of these overdraft fees. It's an addiction. It's not his fault. He's vulnerable. I made him vulnerable. Me, Lana. Yeah. Yeah, the nicotine patches. I'm so paranoid about anything that that is mass produced, right? And has the long, scary, black, scaly fucking arm of Big Pharma right in there. So what's really permeating through those patches and then into your skin and then through your skin? You won't believe how easily your skin absorbs stuff. It's mad. So, you know, we heard about all of these hydrogels and stuff like that and what they can put in them, and then your skin just sucks it up. Most people are dehydrated, so you can put liquid on your skin and it'll just soak it straight up, because most people are dehydrated, and these companies all know that. So I wouldn't go anywhere near those patches. I'd rather, yeah, if I needed nicotine in me, I'd rather either smoke it or have it in a cup of tea. You know, at least I know what's what then. Yeah, I've got a few. This was, I think this was, and it's got like it's got a little window that I don't know if you can make it out, but you can see all the internal mechanisms. It is a very, very well crafted little thing. It's and sturdy. I wasn't expecting this. I was expecting to put my first bit of tobacco in there and go, oh, snap. You know, within seconds, and it's, yeah, bulletproof. Only about 3-4 quid, something like that. I'm not doing metals. You can't eat it. Katrina taught me well. Water. Yeah, well, I mean, pretty much every single bottle of vodka that I've bought each weekend, I've ended up taking the label off and, you know, giving it a proper clean up. So it's just looks like a brand new, squeaky clean, crystal clear bottle. And I've just been filling that up with filtered water and sticking it up in the loft and sticking them in the shed. Because most of the water that you guys and myself, most of the water that we've got is in plastic bottles, you know, and that plastic's just leaching and leaching and leaching, and you don't know how long that water's been in that plastic container before you bought it off the shelf. You know, it could have been in there for years. We just don't know. So I wonder if there's a best before date on bottles of water. Don't worry, I've not got far to travel. It seems that everything's at hand in this house. There's nothing obvious. No, I can't see anything on there. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if there's something on there, you know. Best before, because after 4 years, it's 95% plastic and 5% water. So decanting it into glass, straight from a water filter, you're going to be drinking good water that you've stashed away. So, but I do need to make sure that I keep enough bottles set aside to decant my apple and elderberry cider into. And you know, you see Chelsea Star come up in the chat now and then. Well, that's actually Chelsea Star's mum that's hijacked Chelsea Star's YouTube account. But anyway, she put me in touch with her daughter, who's also doing a little, you know, doing things to do with tinctures and supplements and various balms and all manner of stuff. In the thought that I might be able to kind of give her a bit of inspiration and maybe kind of some ideas and that. Well, after a couple of emails, I thought, fuck me. It suddenly dawned on me just how little I knew about any of this shit. She might as well have been talking to me in German. So there's much to learn. There's a lot to learn. But I've been out today. I've got another carrier bag full of rose hips. So I've got loads of rose hips because it's rose hips that I'm going to be using the most of. Because just like just like most things, stuff like pink currants, for example, they grow quite early on in the year, and by the time summer's got going, they're gone. And the same applies to a few other berries. But then you've got other berries that come in later on in the year, and then they're gone. And then you've got other berries that come on later in the year and then stay for quite a long time on the plants, the mother plant, like hawthorns, for example. But stuff like rose hips, you've got this window of opportunity, like you have with wild garlic. You've got this window of opportunity where if you're going to grab it, you need to grab enough that you think might get you through the whole of the cold and flu season. And again, the cold and flu season's only called the cold and flu season because you're getting so much less sunlight on your skin, on your bare skin, to help to produce vitamin D. And your vitamin C levels are dropping down because we would normally be out foraging. Our ancestors would have been out foraging this time, getting as much vitamin C as they possibly can. Rose hips are like the last one. And she did mention that there is a plum that can't be grown in England. There's a plum that looks more like a pear. I can't remember what it's called now. And that plum has the most vitamin C than any other fruit, vegetable, root, leaf, whatever. That's got the most vitamin C. So I didn't mean to lie about saying rose hips, but they do contain the most amount of vitamin C in the UK. So for something that's forageable that you can go out and get yourself, it's got more vitamin C than any other fruit. So, but because it's seasonal and they start to kind of die off and get a bit mushy and shitty this time of year, there's still loads of really, really good ones out there, good, healthy, firm ones. But I knew that I was making capsules, dehydrated, powdered, and making tinctures. So I knew I needed a lot. So I've been working my way through just eating loads and loads of stuff out of the freezer. There was a microwave meal right in the bottom from, I think it was about 2015. It's been in there a long time. There's always been a better option. But I'm just trying to fill my freezer full of really, really good stuff because I'm really enthusiastic about the whole tincture thing because it's the future. It is. There are going to be shortages of certain medications incoming, guaranteed. The amount of medications that a lot of people in the UK and the West in general rely on, in some cases, to stay alive, comes from China, So it's just that would be another kind of another edge, another angle on trying to reduce the population of the planet. On top of the fact that there is this saying, when all else fails, go to war. A war has always been a really, really efficient, effective way of bringing the numbers down. It always has been. You only have to look at how many people, but then how many people really died? there was this thing on X, and it was a look. You know my views on Catholicism and the Pope and the Vatican. I think it's extremely dark, very evil. But I do believe that there are vicars out there that genuinely have real faith. They're brainwashed, truly brainwashed. So they really do believe in their faith. They do believe in Catholicism. So I don't think they're all bad, but I think the ones that aren't bad are brainwashed. If they really knew what was what, they would renounce those gowns and that little white collar thing. Fuck that off, you know. They would. But he was saying that, you know, people can slag Jesus off, you know, come on, Jesus was a cunt, you know. This isn't intended to offend anyone. I'm going somewhere with this. And you can moan about this and, you know, Mary was a whore, you know, come out, all sorts of stuff. People can do that, you know, and people like us from a country that was built on Christian values. As you know, I'm not a Christian. And it's just like, well, whatever. But as soon as you start to moan, you know, about Muhammad and Allah, it's fucking Hiroshima, right? And as soon as you start questioning the Holocaust, they erupt. So you're either an Islamophobe or what is it? It's gone. So we're either an Islamophobe or fuck me, help me out, guys. Quantum dots. Yes, Lana, that's my suspicion as well. I might be completely wrong, you know, but I just heard something way back before Convid even came around. There was a couple of channels that were just they were quite far out there, you know, but they were just left alone because I think the powers that be, even though they might have clocked these particular channels, they would have just thought no one's going to believe them. They're not a threat. Just let them get on with it, you know. But it stuck in my head a lot, along with a lot of other things, a lot of DARPA stuff that came to pass as well. It's just, I mean, DARPA is just the ultimate psychopaths playground. You know, it's like, right, we want something that can do this. Anti-Semitic. Thank you, Lana. I do think there's a massive delay on here. So we have to take it, you know, Christians and people that live in a Christian, you know, backed country, if you like. We take it, and we have to take it, and we're adults about it. It's like, whatever, you know. It just goes to show the mental level, right, of those two fucking religions. You can't say that. You know, you can't say that. Go fuck yourself. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? And we're learning shit about what happened back then. And there is so much stuff that's not adding up, you know. I've got no time for authoritarian ideologies, because that's all they are to me. That's all they are. It's always irritated me when people have turned around to me and said, look, you can't say that. You can't say that. This is free. People should never be afraid to just open their mouths and just say whatever they want to say. Whatever they want to say, you know. I do sort of get the whole, if someone is genuinely trying to incite an attack on someone, right? I think inciting a rising up and a revolution in this country now, inciting that would be seen the same. But I am, because I can't see any other way. You know? Like I said, come for me. Fucking come for me. But I can't see any other way at the moment. So, but when we're talking about inciting, you know, getting a collaborative together to go around to someone's house and do them in, I sort of get that, you know, especially if it's a paedophile or something like that. But then there's been a lot of examples where people have got the wrong address. So I do get that. But again, I still see that as an infringement on my being, not on my rights, because my rights are inalienable. So they're not really rights. They're part of who I am. It's me. You know, so they're not rights. They're just who I am and what I am. So I'm not having anyone curtail that. So it's like, where do you draw the line? Or should there even be a line? No one could turn around to you and say, right, of course you've got free speech. Of course you have. Have I really? Yeah. But whenever there's a but, that's it. Fuck off. Go on, get out of my face. You know, you're part of the problem. Freedom of speech is incredibly important because it gives us an opportunity to debate if we're adult enough. You know, if you've got two people that have got completely different opposing opinions, hash it out with words, you know, and most of the time there's a winner and a loser. Sometimes, on very, 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 very rare occasions, two people can be right and two people can be wrong, you know. But we learn during these debates, during these subtle arguments, shall we say, we learn, you know. This is why do you think they've pretty much abolished debate in school? Because they don't want critical thinking minds. You know, they've seen what debating can do, because they're looking at our generation now and how feisty we are. Because we are. Because we're the last of a tough generation, you know. We'd have our knees cut up and scuffed up, our elbows scuffed up and cut up, come home with like bust lips and, you know, all manner of stuff, loads of little injuries. We just took it. Now, and we had tougher parents because our parents spent no time doing this, you know, with the fucking phones, just swiping. You have a nice day at school? Yeah, it was all right. What did you get up to? Not much. All right, dinner's in the fridge. That's it. Instead of saying, Johnny, what? Come here a minute. What? Just come here. What are they teaching you at school? And then ask them, they're your fucking kids. You need to know what's going in their heads. I can't for the life of me get my fucking head around why they're on massive or groups of mothers, especially mums, right, and grandmothers, that are all banding together and then going down to the pubs and saying, what the pubs? Again, that was my mum's generation. Going down to the schools, and in fact, my mum did that on a few occasions. Marched down to the school, right? The hypocrisy of knocking me about as a little kid, and then as soon as I get knocked about at school, she's up there knocking about the teachers. But again, that's old school. I don't know why parents aren't just banding together and going down to the schools and kicking off. It's just beyond me. You should be knowing what's going into your kids' heads. You know, they're your legacy. You know, fuck you know. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. Absolute madness. And again, it's not just the UK. It's happening all over. Or any white country, any white country. Actually, no. Was it Tobago? So you know that group of beautiful islands that were given to the freed African slaves, like Jamaica and all them. There's a couple of islands there that are English speaking. So if you're either white or English speaking, that's it. So they were teaching kids there as well. Bad stuff. Again, it's grooming them. The teachers that are there to protect the kids are inadvertently grooming the kids. If you've got kids in school, they are being groomed. And you're allowing it. That is blackmail law. Do you mean for water? Wouldn't be surprised if the patches contain. Yeah. Honestly, I really do feel quite suspicious about those nicotine patches. Again, grow your own. If you cover the postage, you can grow your own. I don't want any more money, just the postage. You can even look up how much the postage costs. I won't charge you another penny. That's it. I put my own diesel in, my own time in. You can grow your own tobacco. Unless it's unless you want me to send it to America, then the price is going to go up significantly. And again, doesn't it fascinate you? For me to send a box to China will probably cost me about a normal little box that would take, say, those little tobacco plugs. That probably cost me about 15-20 quid, right? Yet China can send shit over here for next to nothing. All free P&P on stuff that you're already looking at thinking, how the fuck did you make a profit out of that? I think that was 4 quid. And if you could get your hands around my tool, you would realise that it's really, really good quality. Yet they make a profit out of it. I know they don't pay the workers very much money, I know that human rights are a bit of an issue over there. A lot of an issue. I think, World War III is already here, and I think it's World War III, but it's not really. It's not how we would have envisaged World War III to be when we were still at school thinking about World War III. We just pictured mushroom clouds all over the horizon, complete and total devastation, and possible even complete and total annihilation of any life on Earth. Worst case scenario. But it's turned out to be kinetic. And then the rest of it's psychological. So it's psychological warfare above anything else. So it's nothing like I pictured what it would be like when I was, say, 14, 15 years old. It's all a head fuck. I don't think you can ship them overseas. Customs would confiscate due to flora and fauna risks. Now, I was just being hypothetical, just trying to give you a rough idea of what size box would cost 15 to 20 quid to send over there, regardless of what was in it. Just saying, yeah, they can send stuff over here, the same size box for next to nothing. So it makes you wonder. It just makes you wonder. Because so many people are thinking that Russia and China aren't in on this. Now, my theory is that they both are, because they're both going to end up with a significant slice of the pie when everything's done and dusted. And they can all come out of their bunkers and their underground cities, and there'll just be a few of us left. This is their vision, and life will find a way again and start to grow back, and it'll be like a Garden of Eden, and they'll think that they've got all that to themselves. Whereas the way I see it, has anyone ever seen The Running Man? Right, so a politician version of Running Man. So you can either go, either guillotine, the rope, lethal injection, or you can go on Running Man. And that's all politicians and world leaders, right? So they get to go on the Running Man or Hunger Games, which is likely what they had planned for us anyway. Normally don't know. Yeah. Or politician version of Logan's Run 2. Why don't we have them all, Lana? So as soon as you have the break comes on and it's advertising all organic health foods, it's advertising all organic tinctures. That's it. No shit. Just adverts that are like a return back to nature version of what's happening in America, where it's like, brought to you by Pfizer. In every fucking break, every single advert break, brought to you by Pfizer. What the fuck? It's really in your face over there. But yeah, that would be the adverts in between, in the breaks and stuff. But yeah, have them all running concurrently, because we've got a lot to get through, that's a lot of politicians and a lot of world leaders and quite a lot of police officers and quite a lot of judges and news anchors and newsreaders and actors, and the list goes on and on and on and on. I've got them all written down on toilet paper. Yeah, I've got 75 rolls. So that's a lot of episodes, Lana. Every single commercial advertising is pharma in the US. I've seen it. And it's like the Americans are probably like, you have to pay to watch your TV. You've got to pay for a license. Let me do that better. Say, hold on a minute. So you telling me that in order for you to watch the TV, you got to have a license? Motherfucker, that's so strange. That is true. I don't have a TV license. I'm not watching. I'm not paying. I'm not going to pay to have a little black box in the corner of my room belting out absolute bullshit and propaganda 24 hours a day. You'd have to be an absolute fucking lunatic to do that. So I can see the Americans looking at us like that, like a license. But then we're looking back at America thinking, Pfizer, you know, still. They're still doing it now, even after everything we know, even after loads and loads of stuff coming out and then releasing loads and loads of papers because they had to by law. Naomi Wolf. So even then, they're still bam in your face, brought to you by Pfizer, boom, brought to you by Pfizer, and loads of other pharma, but it's nearly all pharma. You know, you might get the odd advert for body for home, something like that. That hurt my throat. Let me just give it some natural remedy. All right. I stay on YouTube. I pay for no commercials. I don't pay for any TV fees, but internet for YouTube. Have you paid for a subscription through YouTube then? Otherwise, you're still going to get adverts, aren't you? Because YouTube does my head in with adverts. You know, the best button, the most beautiful looking button in the world, apart from the clitoris, is that fucking skip button. Right, it's okay. That didn't go on for very long. That's a relief. But she's working her way back to it now. Yeah, adverts on YouTube. They just drive me nuts. Because everything they're advertising is shit. It's usually like a person or a couple of people that have bought a shitload of really shit, crap, cheap shit off Wish or maybe Temu, although I've just big Temu up, you know, generally it's pretty good stuff, right? And then they sell it, re-advertise it as being 10 times better, right? And then just add, I don't know, 60%, 100% markup on it, and then sell it over because a lot of people won't go through Temu, you know. So that's what you're getting basically, people buying cheap stuff and then reselling it on YouTube ads. I only watch Black Mirror. I watch zero TV. I don't watch any TV either. No, not at all. I've been around to a few people's houses and it's been on in the background. I thought to myself, fuck. By then, you've locked onto it. So you try and have a conversation with someone, right? And again, that's difficult because you're there because you feel you'd feel guilty if you weren't, you know. So you're there having to do the whole like shallow small talk, which I really, really struggle with. Generally speaking, if someone tries to have like small talk with me, I do keep it very, very short, and then I'll just kind of pretend to go on my phone or something like, because I can't be doing with it. You know, I need depth, and more now than ever, and it's an increasingly need. It's becoming a bigger need for depth, because that's where all the truth is and the interesting stuff. So not only am I having to try and maintain a shallow conversation, I'm talking more shallow than a fucking Saharan desert puddle, right? And I've got that shit going on in the background, you know? Absolute bullshit. I don't know how many of you guys don't watch TV, but then have caught something on TV and listened to it and thought, is this what they're saying to people? That's not true. You know? And that happens to me every time I'm in that sort of scenario, and it does my head in. It really does. Because I'm thinking, you're believing all this, you know? And millions of other people are believing this shit as well, and it is shit. That's all it is. Pure propaganda. That's what Ofcom is there for. Ofcom, you know? It's the propaganda arm of the British deep state. That's all it is. So when you look at any other any channels or YouTube channels or any media that's out there that's reaching a large audience, if it's regulated by Ofcom, you can't trust it. It'll be like, but how can you be right though, Terry? Because they've talked about this and they've talked about that and that, and they've alluded. So they can't be, Terry. I reckon that they're I think they're rebels. No, they're not. You're hearing exactly what they want you to hear. You're still being nudged. They've got nudge units. Look into nudge units if you've not already, right? They're telling you they're still trying to program you. But how do you think pretty much every politician managed to get their seat in Parliament? Because they talk the fucking talk. That's it. But it's all talk. It's just lip movements and tongues and larynx, you know, and manipulation and narcissism and psychopathy. That's all it is. And you end up thinking that they're saying what agrees with you in your head. That's all part of it. It's one big fucking psyop. Where are we? Bob Hunter. I've never paid a TV license in my entire life. I love that because I'm not a knobhead. Good on you, Bob. I don't know how old you are or how long you've been living away from home to the point where it's on your shoulders to have a TV license, you know. But for me, it's been about 7 years now, coming up to 7 years now. So I was quite late in comparison to some others. But yeah, once you stop paying for a TV license and stop watching that fucking mind-melting shit, it gives you an extra layer of freedom. You know, it's like, oh, you know, it's like a brand new wet wipe on a hot summer's day, ladies. Oh my God. No idea where that came from. I do apologize. But it's still a good comparison. Did a good redneck and valley accents. Well, thank you very much. I don't do too bad at it. I can do. Right, we have had this conversation before. There are American actors that can pull off a very well-spoken Queen's English accent, right? But you try getting them to do anything regional, and they're fucked. They're good, but they're not that good. They can't do regional accents, right? Now I can do an all right American accent, and I can do several regions of America as well, you know. But I'm not an actor, or am I? You'd know by now after 5.5 years. Fuck me. I don't even pay my council tax for the last 3 years. That's next on my list, Bob. I've got this. I've added to it now. I've got 25 letters on there now, right? All wanting money from me. All now they've moved on to the big red lettering that they're going to be sending debt collectors around to my house and all that. I just open them up, chuck them on the side, screw the envelope up, put it in a bag or whatever, and then put it on my wall of fame with the rest of them, because they'll never get a penny out of me. because they don't deserve it. They don't deserve it, and they've got no right to it. You know. But I don't want to be juggling too many plates all at once. I want to get these ones dealt with. Even if I could just get one of them dealt with, then I can take on council tax. Then it'll be water rates. Where are we? California accents. Yeah, I used to have to do one, but I need to get going. I need to get going before I get into it. I love American accents. I think they're great. No commercials. Yeah, I have thought about it, you know, but then that's me paying Google. That's me giving the monster, the fucking beast, my money. Fuck that. I wouldn't give them money and I wouldn't take their money. But I understand why you've done that. You're never too late, Ray. It's a woman's prerogative to be late. You know, it's your prerogative, your birthright as a female. Welcome to the party, sweetheart. Do you remember the movie They Live? We've all heard that, mate. I don't think there's a single person here, Bob, that's not watched that film, and we've discussed it in several live streams as it being way ahead of its time. You know, and back then there would have only been a relatively small amount of people that would have really got the message behind that film. You know, now there will be millions of people that will be looking at that film now and seeing that, you know, right up there with The Matrix. You know, almost maybe the first Matrix film, They Live. But with that element of the people, the puppets in charge and the puppet masters, if we had a special like torch or glasses that we could put on, I think we'd see some sort of disgusting, fucked up creature lurking around inside that human-looking avatar. You know, who knows? Hello, Sal Mishra. You're right, sweetheart. It's the woman with the beautiful smile. Lovely to see you. You're 65, Bob. Bloody hell. Are you British, chap? Are you English? Well, I'm assuming so if you're not paying the TV license. Where'd you hail from? Are you north, west, south, east, Midlands? Let me know. $12.99 a month ad-free on YouTube. I've looked into it, Michael. I've been quite tempted a few times, but I thought, no, they're not having my money. You're not having a fucking penny out of me. I despise Google. They've done a lot of damage, mate. This is why I could never monetize. I could never take money from Google, even just from advertisers, you know? Couldn't do it. Again, anyone that thinks they've got principles, they're not principles if you're not prepared to die by them. You know, they're just ideas. That's all they are. Where are we? No regional. A bunch outlaws here. A bunch of outlaws. A few people have said that, you know, that it is starting to turn into a little bit Wild Westy, you know, and this is why Charlie Kirk, the whole Charlie Kirk thing, whether you believe me or not, he's not dead, right? Whether you believe me or not, it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter as long as we can still get on, you know. Might have differences in opinion, but we can all work our way around that and still get on, right? But that whole facade, the whole event, the premise of that is to take away your First and Second Amendment. I'm telling you, they are coming for your guns. That's what that was all about. Don't let go of your guns. I grew up with a beautiful Irish mother, a drunken, abusive Glaswegian alcoholic bully. Went to every jail up and down the country, but I turned into a beautiful soul. I wouldn't change a thing. Do you know what, Bob? I can relate to that, and I know a few other people that can relate to that as well. You know, a few variations here and there, but the premise is the same. Adversity, tough times, provided you manage to pull yourself through it all, whilst still encountering some seriously bad shit along the way, and you still get through it, it humbles you, you know. And I don't think it's possible to be truly humble without being hammered, without life just smashing the fuck out of you over and over and over and over again. I think it's absolutely necessary, which is bittersweet. Hello, Dave. Dave's in the house. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining us. Much love. Yes, They Live is a classic film. It has got a cult following, you know. Or anyone in sort of like our little kind of very strange, well, they're not strange circles, they're logical circles. It's the others that are strange because they don't fucking get it. But anyone in our that runs in our little circles will know that film. Thank you, Ray. Yeah, arrived today. And believe it or not, where are we? My nipple is literally right on the nose of the lion. So when you see me going like that, you're thinking, oh, he's stroking the lion. When in actual fact, I'm just fucking twitching away, you know what I mean? Oh dear. Oh, right, where were we? You're Scottish. Oh, mate, do you know what, Bob? You won't believe how many Scots we've got. You won't believe, honestly, so many. I can't think of any Welsh or any Northern Irish. Some Irish, definitely. Loads of Scottish, quite a few from England. We did have one from Israel. I'm hoping that she's not, you know, just left our little tribe because of my opinions on what I believe, you know, in regards to the Zionist takeover. You know, I hope that she didn't misinterpret the fact that I'm not looking at every single person that lives in Israel as some sort of like child murdering bastard, because that's not the case. You know. But yeah, all over the world, mate. You know, a few in America as well. Considering the size of the channel, it's lovely because it's international, but still, it's international yet still intimate. You know, personal. Some glasses, smart glasses. They have got some smart glasses. Just stay away from shit like that, Sal Mishra. Stay away from all that. You know, we need to stay as connected, as close to nature as we possibly can, because that's where we came from as kids. It's the subsequent generations that have fallen by the wayside as a result of technology and other things. You know, I would never monetize it either. Freedom of speech, even then, there's censorship. Yeah, there is, but how many live streams have you watched where someone's just been talking away, blah, 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 and then there's an advert come up during a fucking live stream? You'll never get that. And we did nearly a 9-hour live stream one night, no adverts. You'll never get any adverts on any of my videos, you know, which is good. It's good. I hate them. I hate them. Hate's a strong word, but it's appropriate. I think he's alive too. Thank God for that. And I know that you and me, we are not the only two in this chat that believes that Charlie Kirk, that was a faked. It was a faked event. You know, within minutes of him being carted off into the back of an SUV, whenever I've gone to any event that size, and any event that size that I've seen in America, there's always been at least one, maybe two ambulances, always. No ambulance, right? Carted off. Next thing you know, the main camera that could have caught every single angle, gone, packed away dead quick whilst he was being dragged off. Next thing you know, you got people cleaning the crime scene, cleaning it dead quick. And then there's so much numerology in there as well. And I used to think, this numerology is, no, I don't know. Now, once you see it, and believe me, I'm not losing my shit. You'll see. I'm telling you, the truth cannot be kept in the dark. You know, it's a bit like Dirty Dancing. Nobody puts truth in the corner. I seen they live at cinema. I seen them live at cinema when released. I was 18 at time. I kind of believed it before I seen the film. I thought others think like me. The world is not as it seems. Subliminal messaging too. Subliminal messaging is in everything, especially anything new. You know, but it's been in TV, lie, vision, right? Since its inception. Why do you think they created them? You know, have you seen Animal Farm? The TV was used because the animals were thinking, hold on, these pigs are turning into right cunts. And then the pigs turn around and go, why don't you watch this, look? And they're all, oh, this is quite good. You know, that's what they do. So the TV was invented. The internet was invented. It was all of these things were invented to get control of you. You know, to take control of you and to manipulate you. And for all intents and purposes, they've done a fucking good job. You know, but not good enough. But yeah, don't think that everyone thinks like you. You've got to snap straight out of that, because we've said this before. The more you compare yourself, or you compare other people to yourself, you're setting yourself up for disappointment. You know, but still be nice. Agree. I think he's still alive. I knew you did, Lana. Yeah, this is so obvious. Once you start really digging into it, they're starting to remove certain videos now. But a lot of these videos are bouncing around so quick they can't keep on top of them. It's like whack-a-mole, you know. So there's still a lot out there. I'm hoping, if not, I'm wondering if at least one of you has been scraping this off the internet for future reference. Because it's so significant. That psyop, because that's what it was. He's not dead. That psyop was so significant that pretty much every single world leader was talking about him. They've now got a bank holiday, you know, an official bank holiday, Charlie Kirk Day, right? You know, people all over the place. Even people that didn't have a fucking clue who he was. It's like, oh, that Charlie Kirk's dead. Oh, my God. Do you know what he used to do? No. What did he used to do? You know? Because most people are just stuck in fucking echo chambers. It's so obvious. But anyway, yeah. So my point is, it's ridiculously significant, almost as significant as 9/11, because of how much it was pushed. That alone should get all of your spidey senses flicking away, you know, because it consumed everything. And the way that that certain bits were filmed and oh my God, honestly, I don't want to start calling people naive because I don't want to be rude, but I get fucking frustrated when I can see, right, it's like, you seen that? Well, that. What are you looking at? That elephant. A big fuck off elephant in the corner of the room. I've not seen nothing. It's a fucking elephant. Look at the fucking size of it. It's a fucking elephant. You can't see this elephant. No. You know? That's how it feels. That I'm seeing this fucking elephant. Lana's seeing this fucking elephant. Anyway. It is what it is, and time will take it, you know, hopefully things will become more apparent. And I won't say I told you so, because I just have. Where's Dave? We've got a Dave. Oh, yeah, Dave. Oh, yeah. I've just said hello. Prison is a great place to catch up on reading, lol. Prison was the last place I read a book from front to back. I've never read a book since. You just got so much time to kill in there, especially when you're in 23-hour bang up, you know, 23 hours behind the door in a cell with someone that you don't really know that well, you know. So you have to be creative. Played a lot of cards, but yeah, I read a couple. I think I read 2, maybe 3 books in 6 months. But prison's a good place to think. People are constantly after distraction after distraction after distraction, so that they can avoid thinking, so that they can avoid their fucking mind, because they're scared of it, because the truth is too overwhelming for them. Every now and then, just sit in complete silence for about half an hour. Complete silence, no distractions, no phone, no telly, no music, no fuck all. You know, keep doing that. It's good for you. It's a lot harder than it sounds. Where was I? Once you've done it a little time, the threat loses its power. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's another character building experience. But yeah, welcome, Dave. And we try and do this every Saturday night, every Friday night. I was going to go away last night. I'm still going to do it. I'm still going to go, but I'm going to go tomorrow. You know, I don't like missing out on these. You know, but I couldn't fit one in earlier in the week, so. But yeah, we're most Fridays, mate. If you want to come and say hello, we've got a lovely bunch of people. Lovely. Jason Brashiers of xXx is good to follow. Fuck me, I've never heard of any of them. What sort of stuff is it? David Eddings fan by any chance, lol? I don't know who David Eddings is, but now I feel like I should. I feel quite insecure and irrelevant all of a sudden, because everyone knows what you're talking about, I bet, right? And I haven't got a fucking clue, you know. It's got that kind of vacant skinhead look, you know. I'm glad my mother never aborted me. Oh, wow, that's I reckon that is definitely, you win tonight's gold star for the darkest fucking comment of the night so far. And for the record, Bob, so am I. Yes, to Google. Oh, fuck me. Where did that go? Echo chambers seem to be the tribes of today. I think I've gone too far up. Let me just catch up. I don't like losing out anyone, you know. How many ambulances were there at the Jesus crucifixion? That is a very, very interesting comment there, Bob, that could be taken from lots of different angles. Very interesting. A good and an interesting point. As a teenager, the Eddings books got me through those years. I went into that world. I wanted to be Kinedra. Do you have to sound like you're having a bit of a sneeze? Is that how it's pronounced? Kinedra. Right. Or Tourette's. Kinedra. Cunt. 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 Kinedra. Cunt. Sorry if anyone's got Tourette's. I do apologise. It's the first time I've done that. Probably the last. Where are we? A politician that lives on the backs of humanity. Ah, right. Yeah, politics. Yeah, tick. Yeah. I fucking hate him. I hate him. And there's not one good one left. I'm telling you. Running Man, Logan's Run, Hunger Games. You know, that'll make for a fantastic education and entertainment, because it will show our kids, we'll go, look, you see what's happened to that man there? You see his head go flying off? That's what happens if you become a cunt. Don't be a cunt. All right? Off you go to bed. Good night. See you in the morning. Now that's parenting. Oh my God. I agree, Sal Mishra. Nobody films a grieving wife, and I pointed that out. I pointed so many other things out as well. You know, it's so blatant. I'm telling you. Hopefully, it will become more and more obvious to more and more people that are still on the fence about it. Yes, it's to remove weapons. I've lost the context of that. I do apologise. Yeah, right. Yeah, to take away your first and second. Yeah. Echo chambers seem to be the tribes of today. Yeah, and it does my head in, because people are losing their sense of authenticity and the ability to think independently, because it's so important that we do that. You know, look, if Lana says something and I'm like, yeah, do you know what? You're absolutely fucking spot on, Lana. So I'll be in agreement with Lana, because I will have made calculations in my head that made me realise that what she's just said is absolutely spot on. But I don't just go along to get along. You know, I don't just agree with whatever everyone says. In fact, quite the contrary. Right from the start, I was like, right, Kirk's not dead. He's not dead. You know, pretty much from the start, pretty much, right? And you won't believe the ridicule I've had for that, but I still hold firm. And the same happened in 2019 through 2020 onwards, you know, when I'm screaming from the rooftops, don't get the chance, don't get the chance, no, look at this, look at this, look at that, look at this, you know. People shutting me down and shutting me off and shutting me out, because I felt like the only one in the world that was seeing what was really happening. But I still fucking held my ground, no matter what. And this is nothing different. When you know, you know. When you believe, you believe. When you're utterly convinced, and there's nothing the truth resonates with you. Once it's in there, it's in there. And there's no bringing me out of it, because it's the truth. It's the truth. And I will never back down from it, ever. In fact, if anything, I'll try and find more and more stuff to point out to you, to go, there's another bit, there's another bit. Can you see it yet? Picture forming yet? Because it is frustrating. You know, I'm seeing all of these big YouTubers that have got massive followings, and they're all still chatting absolute fucking shit. Again, that's what happens when you're suckling on the teat of the beast. Some of us have got different levels of some people have got a more of a firm moral compass than others. You know? But there are a few more people now that are questioning. Oh, hold on, do you know what? And it only takes one thing, just one little thing to lead you on to another thing to question. And then you see something else, and then you think, hold on, there's a fucking pattern emerging here. This is well off. And before you know it, remember, I said this years ago, take a big step back. Right? Big. So you're well away from it. Your peripheral is then like that. You know? You see so much more. And at that point, you'll understand that I'm not a fucking Fruit Loop, and I'm not a completely irrational conspiracy theorist nut job. Well, I am, minus the nut job bit and the theorist. I don't know if anyone is into James Corbett, the Corbett Report. He did, I'm not going to go on about it, but he did quite an interesting video today on the power of propaganda, the power of personality, as in the psychopathy of most politicians, for example. Just getting into the human psyche a little bit and giving a few examples. He didn't do a massive deep dive on anything. He just kind of like went like that. You know, it was a really, really good video. The Corbett Report. Again, he was banned for 4 years because he was talking the talk. You know, he was making a lot of sense. He woke a lot of people up, and yeah, overnight they just took his channel off him. That was it. And then 4 years later, they gave him his channel back. So, and a lot of people will be like, well, why have they given him his channel back? Because he could then go on to do even more damage for us, you know. Well, not meaning to put a downer on the party, but a lot of the damage that they wanted to inflict on humanity, they've already done it. So it's literally about how we go about what we do now and next that counts. And we've got to start with our kids. You know, they're number one. Our kids then trying to figure out how to. We have to keep waking people up. Imagine, so I mean, I've been out there and I've literally gotten into the community and started knocking on people's doors and stuff like that, you know. On top of doing this, because I'm enthusiastic about the truth, and anything that I'm enthusiastic about, I go balls deep with, you know. Pardon the expression, you know. But I do. I go all in. I go all in because I'm passionate. I'm passionate about it, you know? And so imagine how many other passionate people there are out there that are just on the cusp of being woken up. And you could be that one person, you know? Just keep carrying that torch of truth with you at all time. I've got behind. Sorry, I do apologise. And the Royals looking Trump's. I'm loving reading your comments, Sam Mishra. Don't stop. The Royals looking Trump's arse is discussing. Do you know what? You wouldn't believe how much that cost you, the taxpayer. I've got it written down somewhere. I'm in a little bit of disarray at this current moment. But it's written down, and it's a jaw-dropping amount of money. Did you see the size of that banqueting table? You could land a fucking plane on that table. Massive, you know, and then all the horse guards and all of that. You're paying for all of that. You for what? For what? Yeah, a lot of weapons deals were done, which is a surprise, really, because our main weapons dealer guru wasn't present at that meal. Our Andrew. They want to keep it. They're trying to keep him out of the way as long as possible, so they think that people are going to forget that he was best friends with Epstein. And one of the worst things they could have done was send Mandelson over there. They keep. You see, these people are so psychopathic that they don't imagine. Right, I'm pretty sure that every single one of you's got a heart. Right, you feel pain. There is a sensitive side to you, you know, but there's also another side to you as well. Fuck around and find out kind of side, right? So you imagine that massive array of emotions that you have, right? I would hazard a guess at probably everyone here, right? Imagine being a human that's completely devoid of all of them, including rage, including anger, including empathy, love, compassion. Stop. And that's what we've got, calling the shots in each one of the countries around the world. You know, you couldn't make it up. It's mad. It's madness. Going back to politic, you know, I know I'm way behind now. I know as soon as I click on this little arrow here, it's gonna send me flying. Let me just make sure I've not left anything out. Looking is licking, by the way. Looking is licking, and licking is looking. Sam Mishra. I love having interesting little tit for tats like that. What elephant? Don't you just love it though? You know, when things have been so blatant to so many of us, you know, so obvious, so blatant to us. And in many cases, we've really wanted to be wrong, you know. Yet we try and point them out, and we we've gotten used to that look now. You know, not necessarily not necessarily a fluoride stare, but just that look. We get that look, and we know don't there's no point in pushing that any further. You know, you've tried a few different angles, you've got that look. You've lost them. You know. So frustrating. You know, Dave, Ollerhead. That sounds like a very northern England name. So who are you? My name's Dave. Ollerhead. I got whippets in garden. You know, Dave. With pigeons. Do you know what? That's not even an accurate stereotype anymore. You know, when you go up north, it's like when you try and do an up north accent now, it's oh bloody bastard, fucking bastard, fucking bloody. And that's if they can speak fucking English at all. Oh dear. Jason Brescias did all his historical research in jail. I didn't know that. Maybe they don't want people thinking you just might wake up. No, they don't. But it's going to happen anyway. Whether they want us to wake up, whether they want the world at large to wake up in stages or all at once or whatever, what they want is irrelevant because it's happening. There's absolutely nothing they can do about that. I think what they're doing now is some form of damage limitation. That's all, because they don't want to lose what they've got. I often sit in silence, staring at the wall. Do you know what, Sal Mishra? It's not a bad thing. It's not bad as long as you're not sad when you're doing it, because you don't need to be sad. Try and be neutral. You know, just think, do you know what? Now's a nice time. You know, and then just do a bit of breath work, and then just allow yourself to just be. You know, again, it's not easy. It's not easy. It sounds so easy, and do you know what? To some people, it will be easy, but I don't find it easy. So I'm just giving you my experience, and I don't find it easy being alone with my own mind, on my own, in complete silence. But then there's a saying, isn't there? In complete darkness, we are all the same. It is only our knowledge and wisdom that separates us. Don't let your eyes deceive you. Right, let's go down, catch up. My father gave birth to me, not. Yeah, I think a load of us have had a tough start, mate, and even a lot of people that haven't had a tough start have had a sequence of tough things that have happened since leaving home, or life, the bastard in life. So you think the gents. Hold on. Right, I'm back up to you, Dave Ollerid from up north. I'm glad that you stumbled across this channel too, brother. I don't believe that the world makes mistakes. You know, you'll get something from this, and then you'll either stay with us or you'll float on like a leaf in the wind. You know. But we're all very, very like-minded people, but many of us are very, very different from each other, but the same. It's mad. It's mad. 5.5 years in the making. I'd rather sit and watch paint dry than go to a football match. Me too. They're all distractions, although I do like watching MMA because you've got two proper warriors, real warriors with heart, you know, to the point where they're both, the nose is up there, you know, they've got blood gushing from their eye there, the mouth's right out here, they've got 2 broken fingers, and at the end, one's declared the winner. And after they declared, you know, one's declared the winner, they both feel the need to, in most cases, feel the need to find each other through the crowd and fucking embrace like brothers. That's MMA. So I wouldn't consider MMA as a sport. It's warriors competing. That's it. But everything else is bread and circus. You know, your football team, your football, your rugby, your cricket. It's all just distraction. You know, bread and circus to keep you distracted whilst they're up to all their little, hatching their little fucking crazy plans in the background. But we know this. We know this. Hennings is a fantasy writer. I've got no idea. Rose, you should have a donate button so I can buy you a beer. You are a funny dude and deserve some reward. That's very kind, Bob. I don't take compliments very well. And you're not the first person that said monetize the channel or put something like buy me a coffee or something like that. I will never do that. I'll never, ever, ever do that. I'll never ask for a penny. I'll never accept a penny. And I've been like that right from the start of the channel. You know, you start as you mean to go on. And I've got very, very strong about things like that. I think we can all agree that we're all on a precipice of the biggest societal change in the history of humanity. So why the fuck isn't everyone coming together to help each other for free without there being some sort of ulterior motive, some sort of financial gain, you know, some sort of gain by way of notoriety or fame, or, you know, not all of them are like that, but there are far too many that have got a platform with a big, massive chunk of people that have so much reach that I never want to have. This is why we fly under the radar. But these people have gotten themselves into a position where they can go, right, we've got enough of this now. Bang! This is the truth. No more monetizing your channel. No more suckling on the beast that is Google. That's caused so much fucking damage over the last 5.5 years. In fact, probably since its inception, because it's just been a constant data harvesting platform. And it's turned into one of the most powerful corporations this world's ever seen. So I appreciate the offer, Bob. It's very kind of you, but maybe if we ever meet one day, you can buy me a pint, or I'll buy you one. 9/11, yeah. Again, that's another psyop. But I think that the Charlie Kirk thing is it's quite close. It's quite up there. I don't think it's been as jaw dropping or as kind of impactful on the eyes as 9/11 was. But now, when you look back at 9/11 and you're just thinking that the odds of one of those buildings landing in its own footprint is like ridiculous. For two of them to land in their own footprint is just almost impossible. For three, and people are going, "Oh, you're talking bollocks." Okay, all right. Can you put those straps back around him again? All right, off you go, mate. I'll see you next year. See if we can do anything with you then. Bring you back to fucking sanity. It is annoying, Lana. I don't know how far I've fallen behind here. I'm okay with other opinions, but I stand my ground on facts no matter where they lie. I'm exactly the same. And I would be very surprised if anyone else here wasn't the same as that. You know, when you feel the fucking truth, when you know that it's the truth, there's no swaying you, you know? And it's a beautiful, beautiful thing to be like that, in my opinion. Let's see who benefits. Conspiracy realist. I like that. Yeah, we need to coin a new phrase. Again, James Corbett, he did touch on the whole origins of conspiracy theorists. You know, that when it was coined directly after Kennedy's assassination. But it's never been replaced until now. So go you, conspiracy realist. It's in there. I believe in me, no cool personality. Good. So everything, you should aim everything in. I've gone over this loads of times. I don't want to lose people, you know, but I'm telling you, everything's already there. You are your hero. You are. You don't need anyone else to save you. You're going to do that. You are, you know, and you fucking know it. But you've got to just make sure that you really do know it. It's not an if or a maybe or a but. It's the truth. You are going to save you. Why do you think you're a prepper? Why do you think you're putting lots of little things and making small adjustments here and there in your life? You know, it's to preserve yourself further down the line. Have faith in yourself because that's where it belongs. I'm telling you. You know, again, it's not meant to offend any Christians or anyone of any faith. It's not meant to offend, but it's the truth. That faith, it should be going inwards. Have faith in yourself, because that's where it belongs, and that's where it's at its most powerful. They want to attack the nervous system and the natural resonance. They do, yeah. There's a hell of a lot of evidence out there now that backs that up, and it's honestly, the truth is far more crazy than fiction. You know, you couldn't make it up. It's mad. It's mad what they've got and what they're trying to do. And I think, am I still buffering? I've been a bit far behind. 4-star hotels or 4-star. Yeah, I get a bad signal now and then, Bob. There's a really, really bad joke from a kid when I was a kid, you know. It's like, what do you call a bloke in the sea with no arms or legs? Bob. I bet you've not had that for the last 4 hours, eh, Bob? Oh dear. Where are we? You might think peace, but sacrifice and war is all they want. Yeah, because that's where all the money is. You know, and you've got, it's one of the earliest forms of compartmentalization is where you separate the people that are getting the most pissed off, which are the ones that are usually the most oppressed. And then you've got this buffer zone of a hierarchy of puppets, each one, you know, kind of handling the next one down from them. And then you've got the ones right at the top that are completely separated, you know. But more and more and more is coming out, and more people are waking up and seeing or getting a rough idea of what's up there, you know. And again, the Wizard of Oz comes to mind. Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road. Oh, that was creepy. I was just trying to do a little munchkin. It sounded like some sort of psychopathic fucking midget. That doesn't give anyone nightmares. It's going to give me fucking nightmares because it's replaying him in mind now. But by the time they get to the Emerald City, right, and they just pull the curtain back, you know, I am the powerful Oz. They pull this curtain back. There's a little wizened old guy there just pulling levers and pressing buttons and turning this and doing that. Oh, fuck. Fucking hell. Oh, you fucking bastard. I had it right good. Yeah, I'm doing a northern accent again. You know, like the Wizard of Oz is from fucking Lancashire. But maybe he is. But that's what I'm saying. These people at the top, the people that have got the power, are pathetic specimens of men. Right? Did anyone ever see that footage of Keir Starmer like going at it with a punch bag? I've never seen a man punch like that in my life. I've seen the girliest of girls punch with more masculinity than Keir Starmer. No offense, ladies. If anything, it's a compliment, you know. Well, these men are pathetic. They are pathetic. It's just that they've managed to find ways, like with their evil, twisted, bomb villain minds, to be able to manipulate society, which, in all intents and purposes, has fucking done a good job, you know, because they've used their minds. But their minds are very fixed. Psychopaths are very fixed, you know. They're obsessive. Right? They don't like to deviate very much. And that is their Achilles heel. And it's the same all the way up, you know, from Starmer's minions right down to the Met Police and most of our local police forces, especially up north, right up to whatever it is that's at the top of the pyramid. You know, weak, egotistical psychopaths, narcissists. You know, it is a weakness. It's a weakness. But we just need to find ways to maximize exploitation of those weaknesses, and then that's it. It's job done. You know, I have simplified that considerably, but oh yeah, I can describe to you anaphylaxis in a nutshell. I heard that earlier on, and I thought, that shit that is, but I remembered it, and then I laughed at it myself. Wonder Woman Wales. Do you know what? I was just saying earlier on, we've not got any Welshers in. We've not got any Welsh people in, and now we've got our own Welsh woman in here. Nice to meet you. Much love. I might think even one leader wants peace but sacrifice them. Yeah. It's exactly exactly it. Glaykit NPC stare. Glaepit, Lana. I know you've not made a spelling mistake there. So you've just messed with me head because I don't know what a Glail kit is. But NPC, we all know what one of them is. It is northern. Oh my God, was I right then? It's a proper northern surname, mate. You know, I spent a lot of time up north and a lot of connections with up north, and yeah, the beating heart of England. So I'm quite glad that was right. It's lovely, you know. These are little quirky English and old English things that we need to keep alive. They matter. Sleep is overtaking me. I have to tap out. Good night. Enjoy the live stream. We'll sleep well. Good night, Michael. I'm pretty sure I missed you, mate. And I do apologise. I try not to. I just waffle. I do waffle a lot. But yeah, sleep well, brother. And enjoy your weekend. Well earned. Wizard of Oz is some strange, freaky film. I've only seen it once. Sal Misra, oh my God. Please watch it again. You'll see it in a completely different light. Not only will you see the Wizard of Oz in a completely different light, but you'll realise that they've been trying to show their cards for a very, very long time. You know, it's just that people haven't been paying attention, and a lot of people still aren't. But the amount of people that are paying attention is increasing exponentially. We need it to get at least kind of level. You know, that would be ideal. But again, we only need 10-15% of the country to erupt, and we've already surpassed that. It just needs to erupt in the right way, for the right reasons, and not following false idols like, you know, the Tommy-tards. I know that pisses people off. I've had emails off people. It pisses people off when I use the term Tommy-tard. But look, if you think Tommy is a leader, if you think Tommy is the be all and end all, you're a Tommy-tard, and I'm not going to retract that. It is what it is. You've got some waking up to do. Sort your shit out. Girly boy. That's very random. Able-bodied. I've forgotten your. I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name, sweetheart. Again, I wrote it down, but I've got a fucking ocean of post-it notes here. I am not going on with the hallucinations. No. Stay real. You've got to stay real, no matter what, no matter how challenging it gets, because it does get challenging. Look at it. Look at what most of us had to deal with in 2020, 2021, 2022, but especially 2020, when we were all figuring this shit out properly, you know, and we smashed through that, you know, with fucking fury, you know. It's not nice when people blatantly just literally take the fucking piss right in front of your face. But the challenge for us was trying to convince other people that that was what was happening to them as well. Again, it goes back to the whole, if you tell a lie that's just so fucking mad enough, often enough, people will believe it. And then the problem that you've got is that it's pretty easy to fool someone. You know, what do you think practical jokes are? You know, it's pretty easy to fool someone, but it does get ridiculously challenging to convince someone that they've been fooled. Ridiculously difficult. It's mad. It's like a Trojan horse, like a psychological Trojan horse. Once the fucking horse is in there, it's in there. But the Trojan horse was wooden and wood burns. Melanie, that's it. Yeah, Melanie. Because I remember trying to think of melanine. And then I was thinking, actually, isn't melanine really, really, really dark, fucked up, like chemical that kills shit? Then I didn't want to associate you with that or anything dark, you know, because you seem so lovely, you know, and I visited your channel, you know, I'm like this. Bit like that. There's not many of us lurkers around. I only know one other lurker. She's Irish. She's lovely. So I have a little bit of a lurk around on your channel that's not active. It means dark. You got it right. I knew it was something not right, you know. So I didn't want to associate with trying to remember your name, you know. It just didn't seem right because you introduced yourself to our little tribe in such a lovely, kind, respectful way, and you were embraced immediately. So I didn't want to. Yeah. So I'll probably try writing it down again, but please don't be offended if I forget your name again. It's just I'm just so shit at remembering names. I remember random names, you know, and that's it, and numbers and random shit. That's probably not random. I'm sure it'll probably make sense further down the road. I am light in real life. I know you are. I know you are. We all are. I doubt if there's one single person that's listening to me now and communicating with each other in the chat that's not got a good heart. Not one, you know. We do get the occasional little wanker come in now and then trying to, you know, stir the bee's nest up, but we're bees, you know, and we make honey and we just get on with it. That was quite cheesy, but true. So, and plus when you get an invader into a beehive, you know, you piss a couple of bees off, and that pheromone gets around. Before you know it, you've got a whole bee's nest jumping on your fucking head. And I love that about our little tribe. Yeah, it is true. It is true. You know, one thing that really catches my eye are small people with umbrellas. Right, I'm gonna have a top up. So this is your opportunity to get a top up as well, whatever your flavour. I'll be as quick as I can. I had to go through my little stash of food today. And do you know what? Every time I do it, then I know that I have to replenish, replace whatever it is that I've eaten, right? So this was a tin of beans from January 2022, and the lid was a little bit like that. So when I pulled the ring pull, it went, and because of the amount of research that I've done and a lot of common sense. Common sense plays one of them. I think common sense plays the biggest part in prepping over anything else, because it's used and rolled out and utilized across every single aspect of prepping, every single one. If you haven't got common sense, then you're not gonna make a very good prepper. You're not, because you're relying on it for the information of what's happening around you, what's happening on a broader scale, building up your foraging memory bank and remembering, mapping shit out where stuff is, and learning when you think something's safe to eat, when it's not safe to eat. I've got stuff that most people would throw out because they'd be like, I'm not eating that. It's seen the fucking date on it. And I'm thinking, this is good for another 20 years, you twat. You haven't got a fucking clue. This is what I'm saying. There are so many people that are completely out of the loop of reality. They're caught up in the circus. The best place to be, bar none, right, is just outside the theatre, on the other side of the emergency exit with the door a crack, right? So you're on the outside witnessing the real world whilst looking through that door at the stage where Trump is, where Starmer is, and all the rest of them, right? Keep an eye on that stage and what they're fucking about at, but keep looking over your shoulder. And then every now and then have a look at see what the audience is doing, because it all ties in and it all matters. But you've discernment between knowing what's there to distract you and what's really happening in the background and what you're being distracted from. That's so important. Otherwise, how are you going to be prepared if you don't know? Again, don't let it completely engulf you. You've got to take time out to have a laugh now and then, and take time to take a breath, listen to music, do the things that make you feel happy, and then come back to it. Snap back into that other side of reality. I was going to say back into reality, but music is reality. Feeling good is reality. Self-preservation is a good thing. It's essential. Yeah, they are hallucinations. They're just there. Remember, these are just organs. Think back to that in complete darkness thing. You don't need eyes to see, you need vision. They say pedo wear red shoes like Dorothy shoes. Yeah. That reminds me of The Devil Wears Prada. A pedo wears red. And we're filling this country full of pedos, what we would consider pedos. And they're coming from a country where they think that what's the fucking big deal? We're kicking off for. We do this shit all the time over in my country. Oil and water. They need to be fucked off. Louisiana. I bet I pronounced that exactly how a Louisianan would. would pronounce that as well. I'm from Louisiana in the US of A. And I know you're a prepper. I just start on the prepper journey. Got to help ourselves as the Muppets in power won't. No, just Dave, just keep going and keep going and keep going and don't stop. As much as you can afford, go through as many different prepping channels as you possibly can. Prefer because you are. It's going to predominantly, it's going to be making more sense to you because we don't generally need to worry about people with guns like they do in America, but we'll see. But I do think people do need to really, really consider what they can put in place as far as defence and defending their own home and turning that into offence if needed. And there's so much you can do; it will blow your mind. But again, I can't tell you. I can't tell you. I can't tell you what defences I've got in place. I just can't do it because I can't. Because I'm putting it out live, and you shouldn't tell anyone either. But work on it. Please work on it. Even if you live somewhere really, really out in the sticks, you might even need to work on that even more. Because when they run out of food in the built up areas, then they'll start kind of working their way out. And I know that sounds a little bit dystopic, but I think ahead, and I'm a worst case scenario kind of guy. But again, that doesn't make me. I'm a realist. I'm just a realist. I'm not a pessimist. I'm not thinking. I'm not saying. Right, so you do realise that you're going to end up with rapists and murderers at your front door every 5 fucking minutes because they're hungry and horny. I'm not saying that that's going to happen, but it's not beyond the realms of possibilities. I'm just a realist. I try and war game as many different possibilities out in my head as possible, and then try and narrow them down to which are the most likely, and then prepare accordingly. But I've got the added layer of the little piggies, the little fucking the government gophers, the gangs out there, the uniformed gangs, the little bully boy victims and roidheads out there. The egotistical fancy dress wearing cunts that do nothing for the people anymore. I stand the risk of them coming to my door, but I'm ready for them. I'm ready for them, and you should be ready for them too, because they've got no. And did you know that judges, right, are sworn to the bar, right? So they sit the bar to become a judge, right? Now the judge, the bar is set in the City of London, which means that when judges are presided in a court outside of the City of London, they're outside of their jurisdiction, which means any sentence that you're given is not worth the paper it's written on. The matrix that we're living in, this reality that we're living in, a lot of it's made up of bits of sellotape and bits of cardboard to make it look like it's a really strong structure. It's not. This is why they rely 100% on fear and naivety and ignorance. The police and the judiciary system outside of the city of London have got no powers over you whatsoever. But are you going to resist arrest if someone tries to arrest you? Most of you will. Most of you won't. I mean, like, we'll deal. We'll deal with it. We'll make my phone call. Blah blah blah, and just go with it. We're at war. Sleepies, catch you next time. Sweet dreams, Sal Mishra. I'm sorry if I missed you, darling. And hey, have a beautiful weekend. Make sure you do. Make sure you do. And keep smiling. I travel across the pond just to hear you. Oh, well, you know, I'm sure there's loads and loads of people here that that would put you up. I don't think you'd have to stay in a hotel. You know, I'd put you up in a little tent on my garden. You know, because most women think that that I'm chivalrous, that I would give up my bed for some bird from America to take over my house. No, you're in a fucking tent in the garden in the rain. I'm only joking. I'd give up my I'd sleep in a tent. I agree, mate. You've got to keep your cards close to your chest. No point putting a neon sign up to what you have. No, again, it's a case of just trying to. You've got discretion is so important. It really, really is. And I have given a few little tips out there to anyone that might have thought, "Oh shit, I wish I hadn't said anything to her." Because I think if push came to shove and the shit hit the fan, she'd be all right, cunt. You know. All you need to do is just subtly find an opportunity, you know when to fit it in, and then just backtrack. Just say, I got rid of it all. It all went off. I think it's a load of bollocks anyway. You know, there's lots you can say. Be creative. But let's you see, this channel's been going for 5.5 years now, right? You wouldn't believe how few people I know actually know about this. Especially my neighbours. So just be discreet, you know, because we'll cross all the other bridges as we come to them, you know. No point in overloading you. When we can try and keep it light. Hey, Nick, you're all right, matey. It's good to see you, man. It's not very often we see you in the lives. Yeah. Good evening, brother. We're just going to head off to my sat, but thought I'd pop by and say hello and see what the crack was. Yeah. Good to see you, mate. Good to see you. Yeah, it's all right. We're bouncing along quite lovely, mate. Yeah, it's been a very positive evening. But then it always is. We always have a good time, you know. We do a lot of bouncing off each other, and we try and keep it light, and that's a good thing. We do touch on, look, reality is reality. We're living in a very, very, very dark world. But you can get it to where it is literally only dark outside the boundaries of your home, you know, where your home's just full of light and positivity, intermittent, but still it's there, you know. So I don't want to bring any negativity into your house. We do talk about a bit of this and a bit of that, but we do manage to strike a balance. I think discretion is paramount. I keep myself to myself nowadays. I can't be doing with domesticated humanity. Love. I know. What a lovely term, domesticated humanity. How accurate is that? Fuck me. That's 2 terms that I've heard tonight that I wish I'd written the first one down. Got rid of what it is now. Oh, I hate that. Oh man, I think it was able-bodied. If you can remember, remind me. I've got to put this out of the way, so I'm going to end up taking my face off. I've got drawers full of lighters that are 50 times more safe than that. It's like a Bunsen burner. Oh, this is another thing I bought, right? So this, when I was talking about try not to buy things just so you can keep getting that dopamine hit, and dopamine hits to the point where you end up with a house where people come into your home and thinking, are you a hoarder? You know? So just try and focus on spending your hard-earned money on things that you think you're going to benefit from further down the line. So I bought this, you know, and I've got absolutely no idea when or if I'll ever use it. Believe it or not, I have had initially, I had some pretty fucking dark ideas go through my head, right? That I can't divulge to you now. And even though you'll be thinking, I can't imagine you being quite dark, Terry, but it's, if I explained it to you, you'd get it and you'd approve. I'll leave that there, right? So anyway, I've got this in. Now, apart from trying to make a creme brulee fucking lait, which I don't know how to do, which is my favourite dessert, I've got a little a blowtorch. You have to give it a few seconds because you can hear it leaking. It's leaking around here. He's got fucking fang in his mouth. And there'll be a video about a month later, all right, and it'll be a compilation of live streams that went horrifically wrong. Yeah, it stopped. Right, hold on a minute. So I would like basically just a very, very, very tiny little segment of this live stream on just a couple of ideas on what the fuck I'm supposed to do with this. It just seemed like a really good idea at the time. I think I had ideas in my head at the time, but they've all gone. So creme brulee, anyone? I don't like creme brulee. I don't like creme brulee. I don't like creme brulee either. Oh, well, fuck me. What am I going to do with this then? So answers on a postcard. Look at that bastard. Oh, you fucker. Yeah? See what I mean? So anyone got any suggestions? Oh, that's hot. And that concludes today's fireworks display. Bye-bye. Oh, a flamethrower, but it doesn't throw. Look, if you're going to have a flamethrower, then believe me, that is doable. It really is. So I'm not going to discuss flamethrowers. A blowtorch is very handy if you have a nut seized. If I have a nut seized onto a bolt. Fair enough, Dave. Yeah. Conspiracy realist. Yeah, that was it. Yeah. So conspiracy realist and domesticated humanity. They're two sayings. They're two sayings that I really, really like, you know, because they're so accurate. With Hairspray. Oh, you see, she's a fucking dark horse, she is, you know, I'm telling you. I've got your number, able-bodied. That's why you've chosen your name, able-bodied, because you're ready for war, you know? It's like, right, has anyone not had their arms or legs blown off yet? Anyone still got a head as well? And then you just get this bloodied hand. I can still fight. I'm fucking dying for it. Give me a gun. That's able-bodied. I salute you. But yeah, only a chick could turn around and say that. Well, I just get my fucking hairspray out with that and blow his fucking face off. You know? Like, I don't mind going 2 days with a slightly dysfunctional demi-wave if I know I've scorched his fucking face off his skull, because he's a cunt. That, I think, is how a thinks, and I love it. No shit. I love it. I think we've all got a lot of lead in our pencil. You know, we've all got the minerals for this. I've talked about it before. I'm not going to go through it again. But we were born for this. You know, we were literally born for this. You think all of this is by accident? You know, the fact that you're putting stuff away, you're getting ready for some massive world-changing event. You know, with that we've already had. You know, but it's a sequence. It's sequential. You know, it started way before COVID. You know, it's been sequential, one thing after another, after another, after another, and it's like the mother of all freight trains, right? That is a healthy society having that brake applied, then that brake applied, then the next brake applied, and this fucking powerful, massive freight train is just slowing down and slowing down and slowing down. And they just want it halted so they can take complete and total control over you, you know? And that's just not going to happen because we're not designed that way. You know, we're free. We're free. We've always been free. We'll always be free. We will. I'd love to know what's in. I wish you could. I don't know if you can. Oh shit! I wish you could see all the little black floaty, grainy bits in there. I don't know if you can see it. You know, it's I get paranoid about so much stuff that I eat and drink now. Again, that TVP stuff, right? A lot of people have been put off by that. So the TVP it's soybeans, and it's been made, but it's been basically made into what looks like pretend beef. In America they call it ground beef. Over here we call it minced beef. So I know that they are injecting grass-fed cows. So your grass-fed beef, which is super expensive, is being is being jabbed with RNA and mRNA shit, right? So it goes from one animal to another. This is why so many people have been able to survive off just eating roast beef and drinking water and surviving, and not just surviving, thriving, right? Because the cow has been eating, from the pastures, and it's been taking in all of these good plants and clovers and, and the grass that has got stuff in there that we can't extract. That's why cows have got 3 stomachs, So that's why you can eat grass-fed beef and get by, because the cow's eating all of the vegetarian stuff. So that's in the cow. But the fact that they're going around jabbing everything now, including like egg-laying hens, and it's down as organic. It's organic because the hens are allowed to go around and just pick, eat insects and scratch away at the dust and get more insects and chew away at plants and blah 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 blah. You get the idea. But I've seen footage of them of these machines where they've just got clamps on these chickens, on these baby chicks, and they got them like that. One gets jabbed, another one gets jabbed, another one gets jabbed, another one gets jabbed, until it works all the way around until the last one gets jabbed. Then that one moves along, and then there's another one that's full of chicks that are held in a certain way, all getting jabbed. So I'm trying to balance this up between eating meat that's been fucking jabbed with this mind fuck of a concoction, right? That's potentially, or in some cases, definitely is altering people's DNA. Or do I opt for the possibility that this TVP has been sprayed with a few chemicals? This shouldn't be a fucking balance that we're having to balance up. It shouldn't be when we were kids, when we were young'uns, it was all fucking organic. All of it. There's none of all this fucking shit. It was all organic. It was good for you. Why do you think I've been able to talk to you like this? And I'm 472 years old. Killing us softly. I need a slash. Look at this, look. Who would have guessed that a flag that represents my beautiful, beautiful country would ever be deemed as racist? You see, I know that the whole left-right paradigm thing is a construct and it's a divisive one, right? So I'm aware of that, which is half the battle. But then it becomes very, very, very challenging when you start to think, right, okay, chances are I could go over to the left protest, for example. I could go over there and just go, look, I don't want any trouble. I'm not coming over to argue with you, nothing like that. I want to just say one thing to you, and then I'd like to just see what you've got to say in return. Are you cool with that? And they'll go on then. It's like, I believe that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. I genuinely believe that. I see that. It is the truth. That could be the icebreaker, right? I think there's a massive chunk on the left, right? They just want peace. They want to just live a happy life, in a world that's just peaceful, no fucking shit, right? But then, so on the right side, and by the right side, I mean just right, as in opposite to wrong, right? But in amongst our side, there are some far right fucking nut jobs, and not just the agitators. They are in there, right? It's the law of averages. But on the left, there are far more unhinged people on the left than there are actual far right on the right. They are fucking lunatics. So trying to find someone that you can have a rational conversation with that hasn't lost their shit is a challenge. But we need to try and come together. We really do. Oh, man. Where are we? When I was around 12, 13, the local farmer planted a field of oilseed rape, which was at the bottom of our garden, then sprayed it with some hell chemicals. I woke up hardly able to breathe. Wow, that's a good one, that, Dave, because a lot of people don't live close enough to rapeseed oil fields. They'll be driving down roads and stuff like that, and motorways maybe with the windows up because it's too noisy in the car, or they've got the aircon on or something like that during summer, and all they're seeing are these beautifully vivid yellow fields. They go, oh, that's fucking gorgeous, Frank. Isn't that gorgeous? Yeah, I've never heard you talk with a nice voice like that. You're always dead grating. What do you mean? So to be that close to it and experience it, yeah, it makes pure sense to me. It's not right, and it's not necessary. There are so many farming practices that can be implemented, and again, they keep coming out with the excuses like, well, no, we can't really farm like that anymore. It needs to be industrial because of the amount of people that we need to feed. No, that's bullshit. Don't let them feed you with that bullshit. There are lots and lots of ways of doing this to maintain that permaculture. That permaculture. So every time they churn the fucking fields up like that, all they're doing is letting all of that shit sink deeper and deeper into the ground. All of the herbicides and the pesticides and God knows what else that's spraying from the skies. on top of exposing all the permaculture to a level where that's not where it's meant to be surviving. It's not meant to live, you know. So then the sun kills it all off. There's so much we can do, and there are farmers out there that can see this, you know. They'll remember what it was like when they were kids, and they're just thinking, we need to go back to how Granddad used to do it. Remember how Granddad used to do it with those Shetland ponies? We don't need the Shetland ponies anymore. We can use machines, but the principle behind, you know, even just a plough is better than what they're doing at the moment, because a plough just opens up a groove and then you close the groove up as you go along. So you're basically lifting the permaculture up, planting the seeds, putting the permaculture back down again, instead of ploughing it all up, as in churning it. It's all been churned up and fucking it up. The old ways are the best ways from every single angle, including justice. I said just beautiful when you brought it out to just beautiful. Yeah, well, that I was able-bodied. That again, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's a lifelong affliction that fucking does my head in. That's what I would consider to be a synchronicity. And the more you hover around the truth, and the more you connect with the people, the more you connect with people. And again, if you know anything about the double slit experiment, distance makes no difference. Synchronicities are a very real phenomenon. Couldn't help it. Had issues for over a decade due to that. I'm not surprised. It's not meant to be in your lungs. It's not meant to be in our food. Yeah, I am very proud of. You see, the thing is, it's the St. George flag. Now, the St. George flag is meant to be representative of England, right? So Wales, Scotland, Ireland, different flags. The Union Jack I didn't like because it was a maritime flag and we don't live on the sea, right? However, I see it the word union, you know, it's pulling all four nations together under one flag. So fuck the fact that it's maritime. It's bringing all of our nations together under one flag. But the George flag, you know, St. George's never, ever stepped foot in England. And he wasn't English. But it's not about that anymore. It's about unity. And if it takes flags to do that, then fair enough. I ploughed with a mile. I ploughed with a mile in Mississippi. So are you from a farming background? Hello, Lulu. You all right? Lulu! Lulu! Couldn't help that. I'm so sorry. Anyone else that was tuning in there, they'd be thinking, who the fuck's this? Lulu. Say hello to Lulu, everyone. She's lovely. She had a lovely channel. Is that in your way? There you go. There you go. Hello, hello. Definitely there. Seems to have been a decades long Systematic destruction of. Right. Yes, exactly. This is why I've got a no-dig garden. I first noticed it in the 90s when a bunch of used to go shrooming on the moors. Yeah, it's made a massive difference. It's so bad. And again, this is a very, very well drawn out, very well planned, orchestrated plan to kill us softly. This is all part of it, because the saying "you are what you eat" it's a no-brainer. It's spot on. It's absolutely true. No one can argue with that. Your eyes need this, that, and that, blah blah blah. Your kidneys need this, that, blah 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 blah. Your skin needs this, that, and blah 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 blah. You get the idea, right? Your immunity needs vitamin C, vitamin D, vitamin K. The list goes on. So we start to realise that we need a healthy, varied diet, and we're not getting that, And because of the cost of living now as well, we've got mums. Again, it's that fucking generation. When you think of the word Jenner, right? Generation. I look at a lot, not loads and loads and loads, because you don't know what's going on. Something you can be surprised when you start dialogue with people, right? But there's been quite a few times when I've seen certain parents and their very obvious lack of parenting skills, and I've just thought, degenerate, just a fucking degenerate. And I'm looking at the kid thinking, I feel so fucking sorry for you. You are fucked. You're fucked. If that excuse of a mother or that excuse of a dad doesn't sort their fucking shit out, you are fucked. Like they've not got enough already to deal with moving forward. At least we had a childhood, There were no 15-minute cities around when we were kids. There was no geofencing and 70 fucking jabs by the time you're 1-2 years old, like they've got in America. It's over 70 jabs. Over 70 jabs. And people wonder, go, hold on, I don't remember anyone that was allergic to this when I was a kid. I don't know anyone that was allergic to that, or this, or that, or that. Now everyone's allergic to everything. It's like, do you want to come to, we're having a party on Saturday, you want to come round? It'd be lovely to have you round. It's like, but I'm gluten intolerant. I'm allergic to nuts, and I'm allergic to everything. Everything. The only thing that's keeping me alive is air and God. We've got a whole fucking planet full of these people now. To the point where I would struggle, if I decide, again, discretion about prepping, right? Don't go around telling everyone what you've got. You'll be a target, right? But if I decide, if it's probably more of a when I decide to help Kev out, right? Because he could be an asset to me. But it'll be on my terms because I've warned him and he's not paid attention, right? So it'll be on my terms. And then I hand him some food over and he'll go, It's not got any salt in it, has it? What do you mean? Has it got any salt or has it got any wheat in it? I'll be like, hold on, let me have a look. Let me just have a quick look. Right, okay. And I'll just take it back inside, close the fucking door in his face. It's not my job to feed someone else's family. It's their job. Your job is to feed you and your dependents. That's it. You and your dependents. Not your extended family, not your friends. That's their job. That's their job. Your dependents are called dependents for a reason. It turns into choice as to whether or not you want to extend that kindness, depending on what you've got, you know, to wherever you think it's going to be needed, or whether or not you're, because again, it should be about if you can build up beneficial relationships with people along the way. Again, choose wisely. Then it makes sense, because I have said for quite some time now that the whole lone wolf thing not going to work. We're not designed that way. It might work for a while, but you know the word society, it holds some gravity. You know, we need to try and rebuild a healthy society again, which has just been eroded and destroyed for such a long time, and then on steroids over the last 20 years or so. Oh man! But just know this, right? I don't lie. I might have opinions. I might have theories on things, but I don't lie. And I genuinely believe that we can do this. That we'll win this. But we've got to be tactical. We really do. Going out there and just going and you know, where all the lights are flashing. I don't know if anyone's familiar with how that ends, that saying, right? We've got an IQ that surpasses our potential enemy, right? We just need to return back to that sense of community that our age group had when we were kids. This is what I'm saying. We're the last generation, because we remember what it was like. Everyone on the street knew each other, you know? Like, Mum says, can we borrow some sugar? Oh, all right, yeah. Go and tell her she owes me some tea bags. I will. That's what it was like. The whole street was like that. At several addresses I've been at. Everyone knew everyone. Everyone helped everyone. That's all gone. Now, Islam has managed to hold on to that community spirit. Look at them. They fucking breed like rats. And yeah, I fucking said that. However, they treat their women like shit, right? And they follow a nonce prophet. So that's not a healthy society. What we had back then was a healthy society, and it can be brought back, because it can be brought back through us, because we remember it, you know? Yeah, that's a really bad sign. You know, when even black mold won't grow on something, you know it's not real food. It's chemicals made to look like real food. Keep cooking, and enjoy the experience of cooking. Go out and see what you can find, then bring it back and then make a meal out of it. And you'll taste the fucking love that you've put into that meal and the thought. If you go out and forage, you've put effort into the food that you've brought back to put into whatever it is you're going to cook, right? You've given that food extra value. This is a really, really strange part of life that I haven't fully figured out yet, right? But your blood, sweat, tears, and energy is what gives something value. You. And it's the truth. But I can't fully verbalize it properly, you know? So the same applies with anything you forage. You bring it back, you stick it into a meal, you know, like money, you know. You give money value. Otherwise, that money is just a pointless piece of paper. It's your blood, sweat, tears, and effort that gives that value, that money value. So the same applies to any other aspects of life. So yeah, you cook your own food, and you know, depending on where you live, if you live in the middle of a massive fucking housing estate, even then there'll be nettles, there'll be dandelions, you know. Just be discreet. Otherwise, if you turn around to someone and go, you know, in just the dandelion leaf alone, and then you reel off that list, and there is a fucking list just from the leaves. Then the flower has got something different. The stem has something different. The root has something completely different. The dandelion is the king of plants, one of them, you know, and people pour pesticides on them, weed killer on them. It fucking blows my mind. I've never killed a dandelion in my life. I didn't know what I know now back then. But I know what I know now. So it doesn't matter where you live. There's going to be something somewhere, and don't worry about a dog pissing on it. You've got to overlook shit like that, you know. Let me put something into perspective. If something like that bothers you about picking a dandelion up, I think a dog might have pissed on that, right? They've been liquidizing human bodies, transferring that human slurry into tanks, and then spraying it on both organic and non-organic vegetables. Look it up. It's possible that you've been consuming human DNA, and you're worried about a bit of dog piss. Let's get things into perspective here. So please build up your knowledge, your memory banks of foraging. It's free organic food. You know, normally if someone said, would you like some free organic food? You go, where's the catch? That'd be your first instinct. What's the catch? Well, there isn't a catch. There's no catch. In fact, on top of the fact that there's no catch, you've got the addition of you being in direct contact with nature, which is a natural antidepressant. You can't lose. You just need to get off your arse and get out there and start identifying stuff. There's lots and lots of things. Most of the ones that are very common grow anywhere, including built-up high-rise council estates and housing estates. Just if someone sees you digging a dandelion, I'm just going, I just like them. Acts a bit weird. They'll leave you alone. Stay away from her. Stay away from them. You know? Foraging, you see, you know, if someone was having this conversation with me, say 10 years ago, right? I'm like, fuck off. You know? I've always picked back blackberries, and you know, when I've been out and about, I've always done that since I was a little boy. I've always been a scrumper. But other than that, the word foraging is a relatively new word to me, like in the last sort of 10 years, maybe. And it's only over the last 5.5, 6 years that I've realised just how significantly important that is now. Literally food for free. So food for free based on a society that is made up of a lot of people that are in a bubble and distracted and disillusioned. They see people like preppers and foreigners and foragers as a little bit odd, you know? So for now, most of us own an element of where we live that others don't get or understand. That gives you an advantage. And every prepper is looking for advantages. Preparedness, survivalism, you know. Is there a line that separates the two? I don't think there is. I don't think we need to worry about SpaceX. I think SpaceX is just for show, drama, right? But I think, well, I know that all of those satellites, which is sort of tied in with SpaceX, but I think a lot of people look at SpaceX as they're trying to find a way to get us to Mars. Yeah, all right, you go back to sleep. Right? Whereas a lot of it's just front. The Boring Company, they've built mega cities underground. And then you've got Starlink. And that's a very important port, a very important port. Normally I try and correct myself, but I prefer that. I like it. And Neuralink and X and Grok are all going to play very, very, very significant integral parts moving forward by way of compliance and control over mankind. You know, every time you look in the mirror and every time you look at this our lovely little chat here, we're the resistance. We are. And as long as you don't allow any fear in, nothing will touch you. Just move forward with purpose and absolute conviction, you know, and you'll be all right. You will. Just inspire people, you know, and you don't need to do it deliberately. None of this, watch me, you know, lead by example. If they want to pay attention, they'll pay attention. If they don't, they don't. It's not your problem. Leading by example is, you know, it's very important because eventually they're going to see that it is possible to live outside the system, and more and more people are wanting. And that'll be a precursor to the end game, which will be a revolution, which will be horrific. I mean, I hear people talking about the Renaissance and various other uprisings that have taken place over the last, 1,000 years, really, mainly. And but as far as I know, there's never been anything like this. Anything. Dirty deeds done dirt cheap. Yeah. Again, there's too many people out there that have got a price, and these are the people that we need on the TV when we're watching Running Man, Logan's Run, Hunger Games, and I'm sure we'll come up with a few more as well. Justice. You see, there's only ever, as far as I'm aware, there's only ever been 3 types of law, right, in this realm, in this world. And that's the legal system, the lawful system, because there's been a tangle between those two for a very, very long time. It's not as recent as you think. Well, although I'm sure a lot of you do know that, right? But the only law that matters, that really, really matters, is natural law. Natural. So if it absolutely bang to rights, you've took someone's life, then probably a life for a life. If you rape a woman or rape a child, that's a complete and total lack of impulse control, and chances are you'll do it again. Chop the cock off. Chop it off. Just chop it off. Let them live. Let them live. That'll be a lifelong punishment for ruining someone else's life lifelong. Natural law is what, the more I think about it, the more that's the only law that there should ever be. Right and wrong. And it should be the job of the community to deal with the problems within the community. We don't need some gang in a uniform, like a pack of fucking Rottweilers that the government just set upon the people that they're actually paying for the food for the dogs in the first place. It's not rational, is it? We just need to get organised. But I'm telling you, it will be a better world. It will. It will. It will. Just cooperating with each other. And you're always going to get your cunts, Cunts have existed since the dawn of time. You're never going to get rid of them. Well, you can. You can. But it's about having elders in place that have been picked, and everyone just being equal. And in order for that to happen, it needs to be cohesive. And at the moment, we've got the threat of an ideology that was never from this part of the world, trying to take over. And it's just not, it's not right. you know? So if we live in a world where minorities have a right to defend themselves in whatever way is required to get the job done, this world has never ever known a minority that is as minor as in size as the white European. We're a minority on this planet. We always have been. Yet look at the influence we've had. Look at the changes we've made. Look at what we've created. Again, it's not a racist thing. I'm not saying we're better than you and all that. But then, having said that, please demonstrate to me that you're at least equal. Fucking demonstrate it instead of being cunts, you know, and making women wear outfits on red hot days where it's like 45 fucking Celsius in some of these countries, right? And they're wearing all black, which attracts heat. Fair enough. Black does release heat quicker than white as well, right? I didn't know if you knew that, right? This is why people in some of the hottest countries in the world have got dark skin, because it releases heat quicker than light skin. When we burn as white people, our skin, even when the sun's gone down, our skin's still burning. We can still feel the burn. We've all been there, or most of us have. But even then, you're covering this beautiful female form. You know, women should be celebrated. They are the givers, the producers of new life into the world. You know, and you want to make them look like a fucking black fucking letterbox. We can't have that in this country. It's not happening on my watch, you know. I've got to try and pull this back. I need to try and save at least one joke for the last, just as a fail-safe mechanism to bring balance back. Because I don't like leaving things on a negative, you know. Because there's no need to. There's plenty of positive things. They're everywhere, you know. Don't take your eyes off them. We spend so much time looking at all of this negative stuff, right? And it is everywhere. It is, you know. I'm not going to lie. I'm not delusional. But because of that, we allow the contrast to flip a little bit when it doesn't need to. There's so much positivity around us. Don't take your eyes off that, you know. And it's there. It is there when you look in the mirror. It's just that sometimes you don't look hard enough. And maybe you should. Just saying. In a total collapse, the unprepared will be food. I love that. And as dark as that is, Northern Dave, I'm going to call you Northern Dave because I like that. It's got a ring to it. Even though you're not north now, you're south, but you're still Jenny from the block. That was a shit example. She's a cunt. But yeah, I have thought those very same dark thoughts, mate. You know, I think we have lots and lots of things go through our minds because this is uncharted territory for us. We're fucking learning as we move along. I mean, life would have been like that anyway. But this is on steroids now, you know. Our grandparents if we try to explain this to them, I think it would be a mixture of complete and total disbelief and a big chunk of, so why did we lose all our men in World War II? Different generation. Yeah, I was heavily into survival skills and techniques when younger. Has helped a lot over the years, especially when I was homeless. I've been homeless, David. I'm not going to go on about it because this lovely lot have heard me mention it a few times now, but life is very, 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 it's very, very bizarre when you really think about it, but I have said before, and some people might find it quite cheesy, but I really do love the analogy. I love it. I fucking love it because it's just so real. It's so true, and it's the whole pressure makes diamonds analogy. It's so true. It does. The more shit that fucking smashes into you as you move through life, you become more and more humble, but at the same time, you become so much stronger and tougher. And it leaves a lot of this shit leaves some fucking significant scars. I'm not saying that it doesn't, it doesn't affect us at all. Doesn't turn us into stone-hearted, just empty shells of what we used to be. It turns us into the complete and total opposite of that. More full than we've ever been. But it's how we take all that energy, that grief, that remorse, that regret, all of those negative aspects of what happened to us that were negative. And it's all energy. And I mean this, it's not woo-woo shit. It's fucking common sense. It's all energy. Just try and convert it into positive energy moving forward. And not all positive energy is butterflies and fucking rainbows. Positive energy can mean being in the streets physically fighting for your fucking country. That could be seen as negative, but it's not. You've turned negative energy into a positive force for the greater good. And I don't like that term, the greater good. That's been ruined as well. And fucking rainbows. Rainbows have been ruined, But you know what I mean. I hope that the fucking message got through. And the masses stand there clapping. It is that is a phenomenon. I'll do that every time, mate. It was a me and Sal thing. Whenever anyone said phenomenon, she'd either go phenomenon. It's just it's an old tradition I'm keeping alive. But yeah, I can't. The amount of videos I've seen where there's been people in distress, they're getting attacked, and a lot of these videos may be algorithmic, put there to make me fucking hate and make you hate, because they've got this down to a fine art. But yeah, a lot of foreigners attacking Europeans and people just videoing it because they know that it's going to get hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views, instead of putting the phone in the pocket, moving up as fucking sneakily as you can, getting them in a chokehold, getting them down, putting them to fucking sleep, or smashing into them, doing something. Just do fucking something. Put your phone away, you cunt. So yeah, that kind of ties in with your and the masses stand there clapping thing, you know. People need to get their shit together. I agree. We can benefit from negative situations if we learn positive things from them. Yeah, yes. The yin yang sign, David. That I bet you don't get called David very often unless you're in trouble by the missus. You know, it's always Dave. Yes, darling. Can you make me a cup of tea? No problem. Dave. Yes, darling. Can you cook dinner tonight? All right. Then it's like, David. Oh no. Time to go and buy flowers. You only get called David when you're in trouble, mate. But yeah, you can absolutely turn. There is always balance. Always. Sometimes it's not always blatantly obvious. It's not always right in your face. Sometimes you need to look a bit harder. But for every single bad fucking thing, seriously significant, horrific event, right? There will be something that balances that out at some point. It's just that some people end up tapping out of life when that significantly horrific thing happens. They don't give themselves time to find that balance. But I would still never call these people cowards, because it takes great courage to do something like that. I've got to pull this around to a positive before we close curtains. I don't have to make things hard for myself. I do. Oh, fuck me. I've said for years, and I'll never, ever go back on my very, very firm belief, very firm, that there are silver linings absolutely everywhere. More than you could possibly ever imagine. It's just that sometimes you're so caught up in the moment, and a negative one, that it becomes very, very difficult to spot them. So sometimes you just need to look really, really, really fucking hard. They are there. They're there. And remember, I'm not an optimist. You know, I've never been an optimist ever. So for me to say stuff like that and be genuinely sincere when I say it, you know, that coming from someone that's not an optimist and not an optimist, yeah, it's all about. It's always it's a lot of this is about trying, because I think a lot of people that that tune into this have had quite significant traumas. That a lot of people, there'll be a lot of other people out there that will have had similar traumas. You know, a lot of these traumas are all just part of life, literally just part of life. But different people deal with trauma in different ways. The deeper you are as a person, the more damage it does. And I think that the vast majority of people that listen to these live streams are quite deep people. But you've managed to get through to the other side of all of that. But I think one thing that a lot of us need to try a little bit harder at doing is not kind of looking back too much, as much, you know, trying to not suppress the guilt, because to me the word suppress is like the word plaster, you know, trying to put a plaster on a fucking gaping wound. Be aware of it, but don't be consumed by it anymore. I ran out of Rizzlers. So I hope, just use history for reference. You know, don't forget about people. You know, you never will. You never will. But just start looking a bit more in the moment as opposed to in the past. I mean, some would say, well, what the fuck's this got to do with prepping? I did you that 90% of prepping was mental. I've been saying that for 5.5 years. No one else was saying that. Everyone was about rice and fucking beans, you know? So if you can turn pain from the past into power for the future, then none of what happened would have been for nothing. You've literally either turned it into a positive or at least neutralized it, you know? Or no, not neutralized. That's not a good word. Made it neutral. Neutralized sounds too fucking final, and yeah, hope that makes sense. Ugh. See, went a bit deep then, you know. Oh no. What's happened? Right, hold on. I can't see anything, guys, so I don't know if you can hear me or right, I don't know if you can see me or anything. If there's, I'm not as computer savvy as Lana. I'm probably talking to myself right now because all I can see on the screen is nothing. Nothing. What the fuck? Right. I lost everything then on the screen. Can everyone still see me? Thank God for that. Right. Everything went. The whole screen was completely clear. It just had like a backdrop of loads of ironically just what looked like UK farmers' fields from a drone perspective. It was quite a beautiful screensaver, and about 2/3 of it was made up from bright yellow rapeseed oil, which is what we were talking about earlier on. Is that another synchronicity? Does everyone get what a synchronicity is? Because I believe in them, and I think some people could probably think, oh yeah, he's not quite. I like some of what he says, Frank, but I don't think he's quite right. Not 100%. I'm sure that some people think that about me, and I don't mind. Because I'll never change. I'm just me, But yeah, the whole synchronicities thing, that's a very, very strange one, Try getting conventional science to explain that one away, and it's like billions to one of things happening and meeting the right person at the right time and talking about the right thing at the right time and then exchanging perspectives on something that's made you see a perspective slightly different to the one that you had before. Before you know it, you've ended up getting a job that was suited to that new view that you went on to do really well at, be a CEO at a company, all because of just one tiny little interaction that you had with someone, whether it was online or offline, that just sent you off into a completely different direction. A seemingly insignificant encounter, that changes your life forever. That is one of the beauties of life. Because it's a really lovely little mind fuck, I love little mind fucks. Not too keen on the big ones when they come along, sometimes they can be a little bit heavy. But the lovely little positive ones, the little ones like that, they should be embraced, and remembered and honoured. There's just little moments in your life that changed everything. And that, again, you can look at that from an even broader perspective. So if someone put a very small idea in your mind that changed your life forever, right? That person made a ripple, right? That caused you to make a ripple. So their ripples are still going out. Now your ripples are going out, but other people's ripples are coming in and crossing your ripples. Everyone and everything, absolutely everything is connected. Oh, he's gone woo woo. Oh dear. Right. Oh, my app. Oh dear. I do find it quite I don't think using the word comforting is a sad, sorry, emasculine word at all. To know that I can, that we can chat and interact and feel pretty much comfortable to say whatever we want, really, you know. I think anyone that connects with this channel and with the people that interact with it are all very, very similar people in one way or another, you know. And I just think that's so lovely, you know. I love the yin yang symbol. You can't have the light without a bit of darkness. No, you can't. And you can't have darkness without a bit of light. And as far as I'm aware, there's never, in fact, it's impossible for that to be the case, right? If light hadn't have won at least the last example of what we're going through now, whatever that was, right? Light versus dark, evil versus good. If we'd have lost that war, and possibly the war before that, however long ago that was, we wouldn't be sat here as free men and women having a fucking conversation if we didn't win the last war. As far as I'm concerned, light always wins. Always wins. You put dark in the light, you can see it, you know. You put light in the dark, you fucking see it, you know. So you put a little bit of dark in a very well-lit room, right? You'll notice it, but it's insignificant, right? You put one tea light candle in the center of a fucking cathedral, you will see that light. Light's always been more powerful than the dark. Good's always outed evil, always, because we wouldn't be having this conversation otherwise. It's just that history isn't exactly what you've been told, you know. Keep digging, keep going down those rabbit holes. But I'm telling you, we never, ever, ever lose. And you know what side you're on, you know. Just have faith in yourself, in yourself. Right, what time are we on? Do you know, sometimes I start to, when it gets late, I start to think I need to end it on a positive, and I put too much effort into thinking about that because it's something I feel I have to do, you know. Yeah, Lulu, look, I think I'm not a cross between I'm not really a night owl, but I'm certainly not a lark. I'm like some sort of like fucked up pigeon in between, you know, that doesn't know what's what. But it is quite interesting actually, because I had a conversation with a good mate earlier on, because I sent him something at I don't know, 2:30 in the morning, and he knows I'm a little bit of an insomniac from time to time. You know, I go through, you know, sometimes I sleep well, no problem. Sometimes insomnia kicks in, and I'm sure that some of you can relate to that. And he mentioned something about, you know, maybe because certain tribes back in the day would have had night watchers. They would have been tribesmen of some description, even to some degree, quite modern day, right? That were keeping an eye on shit. They were alert as fuck during the night, right? Whereas a lot of other people really, really function very, very well during the day. Now, I can because of, for various reasons, I can do both now. I can function really, really well during the day and really, really well in the early hours of the morning, you know? So I think I've kind of, I don't know if it's healthy for me or not. It's probably not, because we're not nocturnal. But it's maybe some sort of kind of day-night fucking hybrid. I'm expecting Blade to kick my door down and take my fucking head off with a sword. Oh, well, I think I might have left this on a positive, because now you've got that mental image in your head, you know, for free, you know, it's on me, you know. You're welcome. Right, I'm going to have this. I'm going to have this and then get my head down. So that'll probably fall around 2 o'clock, or maybe a little bit earlier. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how we go. But yeah, much love, Lulu. What are you doing up anyway? Into past your bedtime, young lady. Definitely had disturbed sleep from childhood. Yeah, me too. Mad dreams. The early hours are the most peaceful for me. Yeah, that's why a lot of people, I struggle to get up early in the morning, really early in the morning. Which is the best time to wake up. It really is, because you get to literally take the day by its balls, you know, because it's like the first rays of sunlight, you know, the first bit of light. You're literally seizing the day, whereas I'm failing to do that. But it depends on how you look at it, because I'm seizing the night. And I feel like I've got the whole world to myself. Swings and roundabouts. But I do think your take on it is healthier than mine. I need to do some adjusting. I think my disturbed sleep was quite just like loads of vivid dreams and stuff. And I think if you consider yourself to be quite a creative and a bit of a thinker now as an adult, like pre or post 50, then it's highly likely that you would have been like that as a kid. You know, you would have been to think about then. And yeah, that a lifetime of that takes up a lot of mental energy. Yeah, here you are, you know, full of life and vibrant, ready to go. You know, don't ever underestimate yourself. You, as beings, whatever the fuck we are, because we've just called ourselves humans, you know, whatever the fuck this is, we are nowhere close to unlocking like our full potential, you know, but we're on the right path, you know. I think what we're capable of is incredible, you know, as long as it stays positive. Exactly, Lulu. That is spot on. It's all about that rhythm. It's all about getting back into rhythm with the with the earth. Again, I don't want anyone thinking I'm like a proper full-on hardcore hippie, because I'm not. You know, look, you know, otherwise I'd be going, chill out, man. You know, it's not really too much stress. You're just going well too deep, man. Chill. And that is not me. You know, I am not like that. But I do have a depth about me that not lots of people have got. So it's just, this is a really lovely hangout for everyone that's got a bit of depth to them. But again, it all boils down to our generation. And we are the ones that are kind of pre and post technology. And so we've got an understanding of both. We've got a leg in on either side of the fence, you know. So that gives us a significant advantage in trying to be there to help steer other people, wake other people up, you know. From experience, you see, you know my views on Tommy Robinson. He's still playing a part in uniting. So there is one kind of, I think probably just one element about what he's done that's kind of woken a lot of people up, you know. So he's still done that, but he is fake. He's not on our side. He's there to fulfill his job. Much like most of the rest of them, but even if each one of these players of the game wake 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 100,000 people up, then that's good. But then it's going to be down to people like you to say, right, okay, let me tell you about this, or let me just bear this in mind and bear that in mind, you know, just saying, you know, just a nice kind of neutral, or just try and find a way to get them on the right track. Once they've woken up, they just need a bit of guidance away from Tommy Robinson, because he is not the light and he is not the way, you know. I'm telling you. But he's like I said, he's waking a lot of people up. There's lots and lots of people out there that are waking lots and lots of people up, and you are included in that. But it's the people you're waking up are probably more important than the people like Tommy Robinson are waking up, because a lot of the people you're waking up are likely to be people that are going to be connected to you close by in some way, most of them, you know. And that's what we need, is we need to start connecting with our local communities first, which is what I've been trying to do, you know, because that's where it starts at home. Strengthening your family, your immediate family together, uniting it in every possible way you can. Then start working out onto your street, you know. Then the other streets, there's no rush. Rushing it fucks it up. It's got to be organic. And then start expanding on that, you know, getting the word through. When they start talking about reform and stuff like that, don't go down. Don't engage. Just go, yeah, we'll talk about that at some other point. Just let's stick to the topic. This is blah blah blah, you know, because you start to tell people that aren't seeing what's going on, because there are a lot of people out there like that, loads, you know. You start to piss on that bonfire of theirs, and then another one, and then another one. They'll shut off from you, and that's it. You've lost them. You've got to change your approach. But waking people up is essential. Don't ever stop. Don't ever give it up. You know, just know the right moment. Again, organic. Again, I don't push myself on anyone anymore. That's all I did to start off with. I saw all of this information that they couldn't see. It was so frustrating. And there was so much else going on, you know. It was fucking man. It was mental. It was crazy. But I've learned to adapt my approach almost on an individual level. And I think this channel's helped, because I try and respond to comments as not like a copy and paste response, an individual, and that's helped me with waking other people up. That makes sense. It makes sense to me. I've got so much to thank you for. It is, you know, when I think, hold on, I'm what? I'm 53 in less than a month. 50 what? Yeah, I could do so much, and I think with so much energy and act with so much energy, and you know, I just 53. It suddenly becomes just a number, you know. Honestly, it really does, and it should do. It should do for you. I was watching something on TV earlier on, and I saw Nicole Kidman, and I remembered that I thought she was fit as fuck, right? But then the 52 to become 53-year-old Terry kicked in and said, "Do you know what, mate? If she'd have not had any work done and she wasn't part of a cult, she'd probably be 5 times more attractive now if she hadn't have gone down that route than she actually is." You know, good men, good genuine men, like good genuine women. You know, it's like for like. When women get the lips all kind of pouted out and fillered and Botox in the reds and fake tits and fake this and fake that, you know, embrace yourself. You know, proper men love a woman that just is, you know. If you've got fake, if you've done fake shit to yourself, you've got some serious fucking inner work to do, you know. Come to terms with some shit. Just learn to love yourself, he says. I'm so fucking good. I'm so good at giving pretty solid advice out, but I'm so shit at taking it. Even though I know it's right, you know? Oh my God. Anyway. Just accept who you are, you know? There's so much about you might fucking hell. The years I've spent looking at myself in the mirror, I wish I had a smaller nose, you know? Wish I'd not gone thin here, because I would have loved a fucking mohawk, right? But it would look stupid. It would look stupid. Then I figured out how much it would cost to have hair implants, you know, and it works. It does work. And then I figured out how much it would cost to have this done, that done. This is years ago, right? And I thought, what the fuck are you saying? You know? What? Just fake yourself up. Just fake yourself up. Become a fucking fake. Because that would make you a fake. You're a fake. You know? What you are physically is what you are mentally. And what you are mentally is what you are physically. It goes hand in hand, like the yin yang. You know? So if you are physically fake, then you are representing yourself as fake. Just be who you are and embrace it, you know? And people will fucking love you. They'll respect you for it. Don't be anything other than you are. Authenticity is more important now than anything else, you know? Than anything. It is. Because there's a fucking shortage of it. Just accept it all, you know. I've got work to do, you know. I'm not fixed, but I'm working on it. At least I'm fucking working on it, you know. And what I'm saying to you is maybe giving a rough idea of milestones that I've reached. So just be happy with yourself, you know. I'd love a perfect set of straight teeth. There's a reason for that. I'll explain some other time, right? I'd love to, you know, have a full head of hair and maybe ripped, be a bit bigger than I am. But then the overwhelming majority of me saying, "No, fuck that," because that's not you. Because it's not. And it's literally that simple. Just embrace who you are, right? And those, when you do that, you know, you'll notice a shift. You'll notice a shift in loads of things, you know, in a positive way. And if you can inject positivity into today's world, then if that's not a fucking silver lining, I don't know what is, you know. So just think about how much of a change you can make to you, the people closest to you, just by one simple change of the way that you perceive yourself. Dead simple, you know. He says again, fucking hell. But I'm thinking as I'm talking, and when I said to you, it all goes in. It all goes in. I fucking meant that. So it's going in. Right, we're creeping up to the 2 a.m. marker. So I'm gonna finish my fag and then we'll wind it down and give each other a virtual fucking hug. Because I'd love to. I'm a hugger. There's a few people that started off as subscribers that I've met in real life now, and there was one woman that I did move in and gave her. I'm a hugger. I'm a fucking hugger. I am. I fucking love to hug, you know, but I'm not a creepy hugger. And I remember her kind of just being a little bit, and I would never move in to give her a hug again. I'd be more subtle, just shake her hand, you know, pull her over and then just jump on her. Nah, you know, we learn as we go, you know. I'm a tactile man. I've got no idea where I was going with that. And I don't know why Lulu's laughing. I went off on one. I do apologize, guys, but everything I say, I mean, you know, and if I fuck up or I regret saying something, no, you can't regret. Get rid of regret. That's one of the biggest monsters that is one of the most difficult to beat in combat. All right. Yeah. Do you know what? I'm thinking and reflecting on. You see, again, this is talking. You know, it's this is why do you think they want to get rid of freedom of speech? Because speech is so powerful. It is, but it should always be used for good. Always. But I'm listening to myself and I'm taking notes on trying to take a bit more of my own advice. Oh, Lulu, plenty of rabbit holes and all of the offshoots, and got lost once or twice. But then when you get lost, all you need to do when you're down, if this makes any sense to you, right? If you get down deep into a rabbit hole that is so fucking deep that you are digging and digging and digging and digging, it's getting more and more and more and more claustrophobic, right? All you need to do is psychologically attach a drill bit to your head and just imagine yourself drilling yourself back to the surface again. If you focus on that stupid fucking idea, that stupid visual, right, how ridiculous that sounds, it works. Mind over matter. That's another element of the placebo effect, which is very real. And again, once we tap into that, you won't need pharmaceutical medications. You won't need antidepressants, or you won't need any of that once you've tapped into that, because that's who you are. That's what you are. Whoa. I don't want to go too deep as I'm winding down to shut down. I'm my own worst enemy. Right, let me read. And then you realise she might actually be inverted. Oh, a nice one, Dave. You know, do you know what, mate? I think the vibe is generally the same every time we do a live stream. We always try and have a little bit of banter, you know, a little bit of a laugh. Seriously, because it's about balance. You know, life's not always serious. To be in a state of overwhelming happiness constantly is freakishly unnatural. That's not a normal state of mind. A normal state of mind is neutral. So you're not happy and you're not sad. But you have to be sad in order to really appreciate those happy times. And those happy times work in contrast with the sad times. The yin yang. That yin yang, I'm fucking telling you. So we do need to suffer in life, and one of the things that I would say that the most recent generation and the generation before that, they've never really, not truly experienced, but although I think they've experienced more psychological trauma. So they've and an addiction to tech, which is a real, genuine, recognized addiction that is up there with heroin and crack. To the point where the withdrawal symptoms, of which there are lots of studies out there, but there's a lot more work to be done, right? What's the length of time between waking up and reaching for their Black Mirror device first thing in the morning when they don't need to touch it? Kids having the phone taken away from the kids and going and just completely smashing the whole house up, the whole house, a 12-year-old. And then watching videos of little kids going to sleep, and they are fast asleep, but the hands are still doing that. You know, tech it needs to be taken out of the hands of the evil and devious and put into people of light so that it can be used for the benefit of humanity, you know? That's a long way off. There's a lot of damage been done, you know, but that is the goal, and we will achieve it. We will. And that's my attempt at trying to leave this on a positive, because it is a bittersweet ending, because it's the truth. But you got to start trying to encourage people. You know, if you've got like nieces, nephews, sons, daughters that are giving their kids these fucking Black Mirror devices and iPads and stuff, try and tell them. You know, try and minimize the damage that's being done. It's not good. It's so bad. Look it up. And that could, you know, if you could adjust the outcome of one child, that one child could go on to lead an entire community or country. You just don't know. The butterfly effect is beautiful. You know, it really is. I fucking love it. When you really think about the butterfly effect, just one little nudge, you know. I had one little nudge that sent me from working for one company to another, just whilst I was having a shave. And I ended up meeting Sally and living here and setting up a YouTube channel, you know, just from having a shave in a room that I don't normally have a shave in. So one conversation from you to someone that you know has kids, where they are pacifying their kids by giving them the phone just to shut them up. Oh, it's just to shut them up, you know, or the iPad. Oh, I just want a break. Just 5 minutes, which turns into 3 hours because you're appreciating the piece, whilst your kid is having its head fucked. So again, you know, you can save kids by having a conversation. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Don't worry about alienating yourself from that person. You know, you're still doing something positive. But hey, that's just me. And I know most of you. Have a cracking weekend, guys. And like I said, you can remember, there's loads of fucking dark going on. Loads. But there's plenty of space to have just you know, be you and just enjoy yourself. Appreciate your family. That butter dish, you know, enjoy the little things. So anyway, I'm going all soft and buttery. Much love to all of you, and yeah, again, I know I sound like a scratch record, but just thanks for your time, you know, spending your time with me when you could be doing other stuff, you know. Just know you're loved and you're appreciated. You are, and you'll be more appreciated further down the line. Just hold the line. Much love and ciao for now.